Seatbelt click, chat lights up, boarding passes all in the cup. Late gate change, but we still vibe. From pushback baby to climb and glide. Spy flight, rolling down the runway. Smooth hands, camera on the sky. We chase that silver sunrise on a Sunday. Let the miles go drifting by. Spy flight, every hop a story. From cloud to quiet contra line. We're cruising through the pages of the Atlas. One calm crosswind at a time. Oh yeah. Soft mic check, call outs low. Tiny model on the window. Tiny map over ocean blue. Chatting first class, riding with the crew. Spy flight, rolling down the runway. Smooth hands, camera on the sky. We chase that silver sunrise on a Sunday. Let the miles go drifting by. Spy flight, every hop a story. From cloud to quiet contra line. We're cruising through the pages of the Atlas. One calm crosswind at a time. Long haul lullaby, coffee in your hand. Tailwind in the numbers, crossing every land. If your day feels heavy, come and ride this view. We'll trade one night of worries for a sky in midnight blue. Hey! Spy flight, rolling down the runway. Smooth hands, camera on the sky. We chase that silver sunrise on a Sunday. Let the miles go drifting by. Spy flight, every hop a story. From cloud to quiet contra line. Just sit back, let the captain set the payload. We'll get you home in just time.
Boarding time, late night. Names roll past the gate sign slow. Passport in the chat box. I see all my regulars glow. cabin lights on dim. Wear wheels up, here we go. Welcome to the spy flight. Lean back, let your worries stay behind. Same crew, brand new skyline. Different name, but the vibe still flies. Spy flight, we're chasing little runways in your mind. Spy flight, smooth air all the way tonight. Seatbelt ping, soft chime. You laugh at the lag on the screen. Map lines curve like blue wine. Pour another pixelated dream. Snacks stacked by the keyboard. We're cruising at a steady gleam. Welcome to the spy flight. Lean back, let your worries stay behind. Same crew, brand new skyline. Different name, but the vibe still flies. Spy flight, we're chasing little runways in your mind. Spy flight, smooth air all the way tonight. From tiny towns to tarmac suns, we hop these clouds as one. Every scroll another view, every hello a tiny gate for two. Oh yeah. Welcome to the spy flight. Lean back, let your worries stay behind. Same crew, brand new skyline. Different name, but the vibe still flies. Spy flight, we're chasing little runways in your mind. Spy flight, smooth air all the way tonight.
Flight. Thanks for coming in. Remember the last time we were here, you couldn't see a foot in front of your face. There was fog all over this airport. Looks like a pretty good day to fly today. And there's a DC6 over at the terminal. So hop in your airplane, flying time. Spy Flight. Thanks for coming by. Sunjammer just jammed on in here. Hi, JSG Droid. Thanks for coming today. Dextro Gaming is here. Welcome aboard our squad. Good to see you. Frankie Stat, welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming on in. It is a really nice Sunday here at Spy HQ, and I hope it's a nice Sunday where you are too. I think Flash Duck just came in with a nice resub. Flash Duck is always here with a great wisecrack. A great wise quack, easy for me to say, and has been here for 17 months. Thank you for some nice support. Welcome aboard. Thanks for being here. Willie just arrived too. Hi, Willie. Good to see you, Martin. Thanks for coming by today. You like the keynote. You know what? That was, well, I watched the same keynote video that you did, right? I think I watched the same one, and I kind of feel like that was the big thing for takeaway for me is I can't wait to get 707. I think that's going to be kind of a cool airplane for us to fly. So Tyler Sam, yeah, definitely looking forward to that. Dextro is doing, it's the lunch break right now at Expo. No kidding. So is there stuff this afternoon or is everybody going home at this point? Flash Duck, there's a wise quack in there. Thanks for coming in. Sunjammer, always great to see you. Martin, indeed, yes. And let me get the other music playlist going and we can get to it doing airplane things. And off with that, and I need to turn on the now playing, and I think now we're all done. Sorry. Let's see. Air quality is actually up to about fair, and it's probably going to be a little bit worse today. It's a beautiful day out here at Spy HQ, but 'tis the season that the air quality is going to be starting to get a little bad, and I bet there's a little pollen out there as well. So got all that sort of stuff going. But let's hop in and get this airplane going. It's the DC6. I believe that this is the final leg of the Road to the Rising Sun tour, but there's always a little doubt here. I don't know if Polyat's got another one planned or not. Then we'll take a few weeks off from the tour, do a few other things, and after that we'll do we'll have a whole nother tour that I'll be voting on soon. So we've got that going on. It's not really all that smoky today. It was earlier this morning. In fact, about 2:30 in the morning, I woke up and go, oh my gosh. So it was either a house fire or wildfire smoke or something. Could smell it. It was really bad. It was gone soon. But good to know that it, was able to wake up in the middle of all that. Okay, so DC6. VOR to VOR, right? So I went over and I did a VOR to VOR flight plan over in VOR to VOR flight plan over in Navigraph. So I've got all of my VORs all ready to go. So we're ready for those. You'll also want to have the Navigraph charts application up in this as well. So that's kind of what we got going on there. Got a really cool arrival here. So we'll fly over the Wakkanai VOR and then do a 10-mile DME arc to turn into final for the VOR arrival. No ILSs or anything like that. So lots of opportunities to fly this one by hand. So let's get ready to rumble. Uzi is back in chat, and so is Blue Idol. There's a lot of traffic at DXB today, so it's very hectic. Okay, let's hop in the plane, and there is our really, really cool DC6. Just making sure all of my views are looking good. I'm going to make sure I've got control of my throttles. I have throttle control, come on over here. Now you're not going to be able to move the yoke or anything like that until you take off the control yoke. So you got to do that first. Usually the first thing that I'll do is I do have a ground power plugged in. I'll open up the main cabin door and get the main cabin stairs plugged in the back. So we got some stairs back there and we're all ready to go for this flight. So we've got that. Looks like we got a 737 and a FedEx is pushing back today. And that's usually the first steps that I'll do with this. Then I'm going to go to the fuel and loading manager. And this one is really pretty simple. So for our fuel is 9765. It's a little hard to see. So what we'll do is let's go to total fuel and it's 1653. We'll go down to about 10,000. It says 9765. So I'm going to drop this down to 10.7. 10.736 is as close as we're going to get. That gives me an extra little bit of fuel. I haven't really run out on this one. Then we need to go over to page 3, and page 3 of the flight plan says we have 43 passengers. So down here is our passengers. There's 30, there's 40. I don't know that you can actually, you used to be able to put in a few extra passengers, but it can't do that. And it's not loading any cargo. It's not loading any cargo today. So our zero fuel weight is supposed to be 69.1, and I have this airplane in pounds. So it's passengers, fuel, maximum allowable gross weight. I think we're in good shape. So we've got all of that set up and ready to go. Nothing else really to worry about at this point in the time. There is a procedure that you can follow if you want to run your own buttons with this airplane. But I will tell you, it's pretty deep. So we're going to go over to the automatic artificial flight engineer and let the flight engineer set up the plane. Airplane's coming alive here. And they're turning on all sorts of electrical things up here.
Voice recorder. Tasted. Oil coolers and cowboy.
Hi, GT boy. Beer cheers. I got coffee cheers right now.
Fluids. Checked. Pressurization. Sit. Manifold and duct pressure. Checked. Radios.
There goes our radios on. Let's see, no CTAF here, I don't think, so it's 122.8. 122.8 is active. We should probably also go and set our first VORs. Our first VOR is 122.3. 122. 112.3.
Door warning lights. Out.
There we go. And our next one is 1139.
Removed. 3 on
1139.
Adjusted.
Now we're going to come over to the other one. And 1139 is our active there. And then our final 1153.
Forward and 3.
There we go. So we've got all of that set up. Our squad, it actually is expanding around the world. The CTAF is expanding around the world, just not all over the world yet. Okay, airplane is all ready to go. Let's go back over to Ramp Manager, and you can see our doors are closed. The ground power is in. It's time to start some engines. Now then, this airplane's a little difficult. See, right now, if you look outside, you can see the little ground power unit is down here and it's plugged into the plane. So it's kind of hard to do a pushback with the ground power. So we'll just start our engines at the gate and just do a taxi out from the gate is the best way that we can do this. So engine start, first things first. Mixture for engine 3 is rich. The parking brake is over here. The parking brake is on. Let's go start some engines. So if we come over here to the engine start, you can see that the ignition is set to both. The selector for the start is set to engine 3. The booster pump is set to low. And so now we're going to start the airplane. You'll hear a voice counting down numbers. That's the flight engineer counting the number of propeller blades as they go whizzing by. And you do certain things as blades whiz by and stuff. Ready?
3, 6,
Prime it.
9,
Boost it. All right, we got one engine running. And then we slide over here, and our engine appears to be idling just fine. So you hear the switches clicking back into their start position. And now what we'll do is we're going to go and start engine number 4. So mixture. And then we have to be sure and do all the things up here. So we have to do ignition to both, start selector to number 4, fuel boost pump to low, and then, excuse me, the same drill as before. Start it.
3, 6, 9,
And we got another one going. By the way, if you start this airplane at night, come back to the back of the engines here by the cowl flaps, and you'll see flames shooting out of the engines. You'll also see flames shooting out of the engines on takeoff at night. And it's normal. It's not, you're not about ready to go and crash. Hi, El Pikachu. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Jim's here too. Thank you for coming in. Hope your Sunday's going great. All right, all of our buttons are back to normal. And now what we do, I think, is we start engine number... I think I've been doing it wrong. I think you do engine number 2 next, and then you do engine number 1. Okay, so engine 2, ignition to both. Start selector to engine 2. Fuel boost pump to low, and start it.
3, 6, 9,
It is pretty cool about the airplane. Mr. Posh Martin. Hi, Mr. Posh Martin. Welcome in. It's Happy Sunday. And we've got a very stylish Japan Airlines DC6 for our first flight. I don't know, back when they were flying DC6s, did they have the word posh back then? All right. So, interesting thing about this one, if you look carefully, to the starter switches, you had to press them both together at the same time as sort of a safety. You had to do that as a safety. So, ignition, both. Start selector, 1. Boost pump, low. And then start it. So you only can click one place. So you click one place and it does both. Start.
3, 6,
Prime it.
9,
Boost it. And start it. Vroom. And we've got 4 big engines spinning. And all of our switches are back to normal, so let's go to the AFE, Auto Flight Engineer, and do the after start flow.
selected boost pumps.
So you're going to turn off the boost pumps.
Off and off. Battery switch.
That's over here.
Entry. Generators and inverters. Checked and on. Emergency lights. Armed. Ground power. Removed. After start checks complete.
All right, we're all ready to go. Let's taxi out here. We'll turn on the radio. I'm at stand number 2. So... Aomori traffic. Japan 441 is the DC6 at stand 2. We're going to do a 360 here at the gate and taxi out to runway 6 via Alpha, Aomori Airport. Shall we go? Let's get ready to rumble. Now then, we're going to come down here and we're going to remove the control lock. And now with the control lock, we can do the controls. I'm going to go ahead and do parking brake is now off. Got to get the thing going a little bit, and then we should be able to just taxi out. The transponder is down here. I will not hit you, Ruben. Okay, out, it's a left turn to runway 6. No, it's a right turn to runway 6. LN Budapest TV is back. Hi, LN Budapest TV. It is now Sunday evening in Budapest, Hungary. It is. Is it a nice night tonight? Is it a nice, pleasant evening before takeoff flows?
Boost pumps on low. Fuel selector and crossfeed. Main tanks and crossfeed off. Autopilot and carb heat.
It looks it is a little like it. It's a single engine runway, single engine, a single runway airport.
Forward, pressure, quantity check.
Yeah, Budapest says it is nice in Budapest.
Flaps 20.
There goes our flaps. You hear a lot of rattling around and stuff in this airplane. It's the way the airplane was. They rattled around a lot. Peppy is back. And so is Scott Scan. Hi, Scott Scan.
Closed and on. Controls.
I'm turning on the brakes, and you hear the brakes squeaking.
Potato. On. Mixture and cowl flaps. Reach and locked. Set. Transponder. On. Landing lights.
Annie's back in chat. Hi, Annie Crevice. Welcome, Ann.
Extended and on. Before takeoff checks complete.
You could fly this across the Atlantic, yes. Couldn't carry a lot, and it took for freaking ever. Aomori Airport, hello again. Japan Airlines 441's DC6 taxiing onto runway 6, departing to the north. Happy landings. Aomori. Annie has just got the A320 and you landed. Way to stick with that. That's great news.
30 inches stabilize. 30 inches stabilize.
Throttles up.
Stabilized. Cowl flaps. climb power set.
Gears going up. Going up to 13,000 feet.
Flaps up. Flaps going up.
You know, Peppy, it does have that Indiana Jones vibe, doesn't it?
Setting meter power 48 inches, 2600 RPM.
So Indiana Jones had, I believe in the movie, that the few that I remember, they had a Ford Trimotor. They also had a DC3. So this was bigger than the DC3.
Top clearance granted, agent. Loyalty
Climb power.
noted.
Setting climb power.
Who came in with the Bryler Gaming just did a real nice resub. Hey, Bryler Gaming.
Checklist, please.
It is almost 2 years. I am doing good, and thanks to you, I get to keep doing this live stream thing.
After takeoff checks.
Thank you for almost 2 years of support, Bryler Gaming. Thanks for helping me to keep this silly little thing going. I couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much. All right. Let's get the AP on here.
More traffic number 670 Echo is clear runway 06. Departing to the north.
AP is on. Our climb is good. Now then, our first heading should be from this to the other. It should be 011 degrees. Actually, we're doing pretty good on course, so that's not so bad. That's not so bad. 55 miles out. And we're doing a nice little climb. GT Boy flew on DC6s when you were 5 years old. Your family was flying from Guyana, South America to East Pakistan, which is now Bangladesh. All I remember from photos is that there were a lot of stops. Yeah, they also stopped quite a bit, didn't they? I think that they were also really kind of uncomfortable. They were not the most comfortable of airplanes. 112.3 is our first VOR. It's 53 miles away. And that's the one we're picking up. 1139 is next. Excuse me, and 1139 is set up there. So that looks really pretty good. Now, if you're kind of unsure of where you are, you can cheat a little bit here. And we're a little bit off, so let's go ahead and dial the course around here. So what we'll do is we come over here and dial this thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not too busy. And what we're going to do is we're going to try and get over on that radial. So we got to be pointed right at the VOR that we're going to. Thanks, Bryler Gaming. So what we're doing is we're just going to follow this directly to our first VOR. Coming up on the turn, almost there. And when it points straight up, that's good, and push the quarter. I call it the quarter. I don't think that's what they called it in real life, but that's what we got. Okay, we're going to our first VOR, and that looks good. It's 49 miles away, and then what we've got is down here, I have the second VOR. That's the needle with the double lines. That's number 2. When this starts pointing up, that means we're picking up the next VOR station. And that's just VOR to VOR, hopscotching from VOR to VOR like they did in the old days. It's kind of cool. The next big challenge with this airplane is to go through and start learning to do all the things that the flight engineer does. And right now, that's a bit of a scary learning curve for me at the moment. Let's see. Pick a 5-string. It's twice as big as the DC3. Clearly, since it's a DC6 times 2. Let's call it exactly what that was. Welcome, Pick a 5-string. And back in the day, this was high luxury too, in this airplane. It was very, very luxurious. It didn't go very fast, and having 4 big propeller engines out on the wings meant there was probably a fair amount of vibration and noise too. Probably got to be a little bit much. There's 7,000 feet. Our final climb is 13,000 feet. So we're good to go there. Hi, Angry Wolf. Welcome back in. It was fairly cozy, I think, and they also had beds that would fold out for the first class passengers for an overnight flight. Angry Wolf, actually having a great Sunday so far, thank you. And I hope you're doing good too. We've got nice flights for today. Let's see, we've got this kind of a different looking graphic that I put together for our flights. So we got the DC6 for our first flight. Then we've got the A300. We're going to do Havana Sunday service. It could be maybe Key West is a little bit too short. Maybe we'll go up to Tampa, over to Miami, or further north in the A300. And then it's probably time for people at Expo to start thinking about going home. So what we'll do is take the 737 MAX from Minneapolis over to Chicago Midway. And so kind of got that going on for flights right now. Thanks, Mr. Posh Martin. That looks good. Oh, look at this. Okay, so we got our new, our second VOR is now showing up. There it is. So right now we are 38 miles from the first VOR. So we'll just continue to fly to the first VOR, and then when we get over that, we'll switch over to the next one, and off we go. And I usually start the switch at about 5 to 10 miles. Ooh, we're getting close to 13,000 feet. So 13,000 feet is over here. So when I get about 200 feet away, one of the things that I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start pushing the nose down a little bit. Because right now about 1,000 feet per minute, and we don't want, this autopilot can be really kind of clunky. And you don't want to clunk the passengers around too much. So let's go to the autopilot, and we're going to push the nose down in the climb a bit. 1, 2, 3. Just 3 little clicks here. And you can see we're reducing our rate of descent a bit. So one of the other things that we were talking about doing is there is this new train game that has come out. And it's all about commuter trains in Japan. And one of the things that we could do is we could load up the train game and see if there's something up north that we could drive a train down south to Tokyo or something like that. Okay, looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and reduce our rate of descent some more. And I want to get my excuse me, not my rate of descent, my rate of climb. So there's about 700 feet per minute. And I'm going to get it a little bit more. Hopefully it stays on. Rebel to AV, happy Sunday. Thanks for coming in. "31 miles out." Cole Carey is back. Hi, Cole Carey. There is an Alert 3 going on at Key West Airport. In the real world? Cole Carey, what's that all about? Is that for weather? Or is there, are bad guys doing bad things? Okay, we're slightly getting off of our course heading, so let's go and do 2 little clicks of the directional. That looks good, so we can adjust that. And so far, so good. And we get to look out. We should have great visibility for the flight. So this is our really nice window seat. This window seat, well, it's got a nice view of the engines. So. And we're done with the heated part. So 200 feet to go. No, Cole says that it's not weather or bad people doing bad things. Oh no, an airplane went off the runway. I hope everybody's okay. That's always scary when you hear about those sorts of things. Okay, so now here we are. We're climbing at 500 feet per minute. And you can see we're about 150 feet from our cruise altitude. MUGH to KEYW. That's a longer flight. Usually we go out of Havana because there's full ATC there. They do that every Sunday, which is really kind of nice of them. That's right. There would be a lot of smoking going on. As soon as you could, you would have turned off the no smoking light, because there's a lot of that. Who thought that was a good idea? Smoking? You know, a long time ago, you know, when we had absolutely no clue about health or anything like that. I mean, seriously, people just didn't know. Just didn't know. All right, 100 feet to go. Captain Chris is back in chat. Hi, Captain Chris. Captain Chris is in Lisbon today. Captain Chris is waiting for a connecting flight to Cabo Verde. Captain Chris is on a honeymoon. So, too late to talk you out of it now. No cold feet or anything like that. Captain Chris got married. Congratulations, Captain Chris. I hope everything is going great and that it's nice in Lisbon and everything is awesome in Cabo Verde. So was it fun? Was it like nervous or anything like that? Or just sort of like excited fun? And let's do one more click here. That's exciting news. That's right, Mr. Posh Martin, congratulations. And yeah, safe travels. 16 miles, so we're going to be a little busy here. We're going to be a touch busy here. Thank you. I was chilled until 1 hour before the appointment. Then you started getting very, very nervous. Okay. I have never gotten even close to doing something like that, Captain Chris, so I can't imagine if I would have been a bundle of nerves, excited or anything. I think you just don't know. Abdullah is back in chat. I hope I said that right. We're in a DC6. Okay, it's almost time. So one more click here. And about 200 feet per minute is what I'm going for in the climb. There's 200 feet to go. One more, please. I know, safe flights for sure. Good to see you and thank you for coming in. Okay. That's kind of what I wanted, about 200 feet per minute. There we go. Tim Dog checking in from Flight Sim Expo. Hi, Tim Dog. Hey, hope you're having a really good time. Anything really, really cool and exciting to report from Expo, Tim Dog? And here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and altitude hold. And over to cruise.
Set cruise power, please.
And let's go ahead, and it's time to flip the radios over. So we're going to flip the radio over to our next one. And there is our next flight. And we're going to go and start making it a bit of a turn here.
Cruise power is set.
Captain Chris, her dad brought her in, and then you got emotional damage. Of course, I would. Most beautiful day of your life. Very happy and a proud husband. Congratulations to you. Absolutely thrilled for you. Thank you for sharing a little bit of that, too. If you get a chance to send a wedding photo or something over to our Spy Discord, we don't want to blow your cover or anything like that. But congratulations, and a really great beach picture, sunset on the beach. Tim Dog says EFBX looks good. And you got to meet Katie Pilot. I tell you what, I think, you know, one of the amazing people in the world, right, Tim Dog? You know, an airline captain can code. I think I saw in an interview with her that she says they've been working on it for a couple of years now, the EFBX. So, and you know it's going to just be really, really good, I think. So I'm looking forward to using that one. And I think, you know, the 707, the EFBX, and some of the WinWing stuff, I think are the things I'm looking forward to the most in Flight Sim. Hi, Jamie. Welcome aboard. Okay, we're all stable. 13,000 feet. We're headed right to the VOR. Let's go over here and flip the other radio now. Here is our other radio. 115.3, and then we want to go and do 115.3 on this one. Okay, so what's going to happen now is we're 85 miles away from our next VOR. So 84.8 miles, there's our DME. We're going to keep flying with this basically pointed straight up. And then over here, when the needle with the double lines points, that's our next VOR, and we'll go and do that. Now, our next VOR is kind of a long way away, so there is a chance that we're going to have to fly outbound for a while. And I'm just doing a mild course correction. Let's see. Abdullah, looking at all these instruments on the old air, how pilots dealt with a problem or a malfunction. So one of the things is you've got to remember there is a lot of duplication, even in these old cockpits, right? So now these are your engine instruments, and there's actually duplication in here too, because we got 4 big engines on here. But, I mean, that's what these people did. Their life was learning these amazing airplanes. So it is possible to learn how to do this. Another important point about this, so is there are 2 people up here, and actually in this airplane there's 3, because if you look over here in the middle there's the flight engineer's seat too. So you had the flight engineers sitting down here too, doing work with all of the engines and stuff. So there were 3 people working to fly this airplane. So that also helps do it too. Tim Dog saw the wind wing stuff. Yeah, I think the radio panel is going to be a must for me eventually. And the overhead looks amazing. I kind of think right now we're all going to be a little bit on our own trying to MacGyver together, you know, a way to mount it. One of the things that I bought over the years, you know how TV weather people do the weather in front of a big green screen? Well, I have a big cloth green screen that I bought a long time ago that I would, you know, use for some of my own things. And it came with some very, very strong, a very, very strong set of supports. You know, basically tripod stands with really, really long. And one of the things that's in there is something that tilts. So I can probably do some sort of MacGyvering on that. But I think that's what everybody's going to have to MacGyver something together for their own overhead panel for a while. Yeah, the computers and the... Voice just stopped. My voice just stopped. Anyway, the computers, yeah, they make it possible. Always a shout out to the pilots. Nathan, welcome aboard. Hate Rats, Dead Spy Hat. Hi, Hate Rats. Well, I don't have a Douglas hat, so we got to do this one. Got to do this one, and also a posture check. Yeah, kind of towards the end of the week, I start scrunching down a little bit, don't I? And Murph, welcome, welcome. That's our next plan is Havana, Key West, Tampa, something like that. Let's wait and see. So we got a spy hat and that. Welcome on in. Tim Dog says it's massive. It is supposed to be really quite big. It is a big thing for sure. Hi, Thalo. Welcome aboard. I think I can make it fit. I just have to make sure, you know, when I see what the weight of it's going to be like. But I'm probably not going to do anything until I might do an order for the holidays or something. For Havana to Tampa, Nathan, I was going to take an A300. An A300 cargo plane. Russ had been mentioned in chat yesterday that, or the day before, that he'd flown the A300. It was flying pretty good, so we ought to give that a try. How would you even mount it? Well, I mean, so, you know, like I said, I've got they're like a light stand or something. And maybe what I'll do is you know, do a little bit of a video that shows, you know, the little tilt mount and this strong pole that I have and all that. But that's how I would probably do it. So looking pretty good so far. You looking forward to the overhead panel? I saw a couple of videos. I did see a couple of videos with the overhead panel, and it looks amazing. Can't wait to check it out. I forget who's developing the 707 Atlas system. Another Ruben is looking forward to the EFB-X. That's going to be pretty nice too. Like I said, I saw an interview with Katie Pilot on the EFB-X. I think I heard her say it's been in development for 2 years now. And, you know, if you like the EFB and the Phoenix airplane, I think, you know, you're really going to like the EFB-X. So I think that's going to be kind of neat. Looks like we're just getting ready to come ashore here. Retriever Neil says 707 is going to be from Any Builds. Thank you. That means it should probably be a pretty cool airplane. They're going to need to do a livery for Transglobal Airlines. Transglobal was the first airport movie. Got a pretty cool bridge over here. So that's a good idea. Jim just put something in. The overhead panel has a Versa mount on the back. You are looking at something like a Hemdu universal floor TV stand with swivel mount for a 19 to 40 inch LCD TV. Let's go ahead and put that into chat and see what Jim is doing. Okay, so this is what Jim's looking at for this. Okay, here's just basically it in Amazon. So there's something like that. Well, I didn't realize that. So it has Versa mounts on the back. So the overhead panel is 15 to 20 pounds, so around 8 kilograms. Hey Ruben, welcome aboard. Spaniel Hugs is good. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. You're taking the dogs out, and then you have to get ready for work tonight. Hey, thanks for coming in, Spaniel Hugs. Thank you for coming by. That looks like a really good idea. I think you'll have to do a little MacGyvering on that a bit, just so that you can get a tilt if you want to like put it over your monitor or something. So, you know, sitting here, I'm looking right at my monitors here, and the keyboard is down here, the throttles and the side stick. So I think you would want to go and do something so that you can tilt it and put it right about up here. But I think that that's going to be a really cool cool thing to do, and it'll be fun trying to figure something out on that. It'll be fun trying to figure that out. But that looks like a great idea, Jim. You'd use the small square Versa mount. Looking pretty good here. What do you bet this is some kind of a volcanic something or other? Big old lake with a mountain in the middle of it? I'll bet that might have some, that might be a little bit of a mountain or something, and you know, volcanic kind of a thing. Flight Sim Aviation. Yep, I always try and do vectors to Copenhagen. Always like to do the vectors to Copenhagen flight. Just, you know, it's something that if you're new and you've heard about it, it's something you can always count on, you know, happening on the spy flight, especially for new people. You might not tilt it, just have it like on a wall to your left. That would be a good way to do it. So just like have it right over there. That's a good way to think about doing it. Let's see. George said Any rebuilt the model and working title is doing the avionics and flight engineer stuff. So it'll be a lot like the L1011. Well, anything that working title is about is going to be a part of should be really good. Working title's made some good things for flight sim. Okay, so we got a ways to go, but you can see here we all are going out. Never too early to start planning ahead. So on the arrival, we want to come over the VOR at 3,000 feet. And with this smaller airplane, you can do my squishy math thing for descent. It works pretty good. So 13, minus 3 times 3 divided by 1,000. We need 30 miles to get down to for our descent. I always add a little bit to it. Now in this airplane, I don't add that much, so 35 to 40 miles. From the VOR, we want to start our descent to be over the VOR at 3,000 feet in the middle of the runway. And there's our route there, looking good. Tim Dog says in about another 40 minutes, they are going to have the Expo closing, and that's when they're going to announce next year's location and when it's going to be. Is there people running around kind of speculating about what it might be there? Tim Dog, any excitement about that, or are people just excited about other stuff? Clouds are starting to thicken up. R squared saying Viva Las Vegas. I don't know. I heard people got pretty wild and crazy in Vegas the last time. Plus, as we've all heard, the coffee in Vegas, a couple of cups of coffee in Vegas is really expensive. Oops, I was mean to somebody there. I shouldn't be so mean. Jim would like maybe it to be on the East Coast. Tim Dog heard that it might be Vegas. Okay. Tim Dog says that everything in Vegas is expensive. Oh, Jim, you'd be inclined to go if it was an East Coast? Well, we had Providence, Rhode Island. We've had Vegas, we've had Providence, Rhode Island, and we've had Minneapolis. I've always thought it would be cool to maybe rent out, I don't know if you can rent out space in the Delta Museum in Atlanta. Robert does not live in Vegas anymore. Oh, okay, so the coffee's not as expensive, right? R squared, it's your hometown. You can tell us where the cheap coffee is. Atlas says Seattle. Ooh, there's an idea. That's right. They Orlando. They were going to do Orlando. They've done San Diego. So they've done all of those. I don't know. Another cool idea would be Denver, and you could arrange tours and stuff at the United Airlines Flight Training Center in Denver. That might be a cool thing. They could do it in LA. They could do it in LA and go to the In-N-Out Burgers by the airport. Tim Dog says the Air Force Museum in Ohio would be a really good place to go. There's the Boeing Museum in Seattle. That's another good one. And you get all that coffee and, dead fish and stuff. Thalo would like to know, Tim Dog, Thalo's asking, how was Minneapolis St. Paul for Expo? 19 miles to our next waypoint. We're not picking up the next airport, the next VOR. So what we need to do is come over here and get the outbound course from SPE to WKE. And that's going to be 007 degrees. That's right. It should be at Spy HQ. We could rent out the spare room. Tim Dog says it's been very good in Minneapolis. Hi, Surveying. Welcome aboard. You about to find out how expensive on the first? You mean Vegas? Okay, 15 miles. So what I'm going to do is dial this over to 007. Okay, there is 010. So what we want is 007 is the radio we want to be on. 987. That's our turn. So we got a little bit of a turn to make. It could be New York City. Let's see. Chicago might be interesting. $11 miles to the turn. Umbra YSG is in chat. Hello, Umbra says FS Expo has been super cool, and you're excited about the new Flight Sim Studios Tupolev that's coming out. That'll be fairly nice. Did you get an idea of when we should expect that Tupolev, Umbra? I haven't heard yet when to expect the Tupolev. Tim Dog says you can do Vegas fairly cheaply. The rooms aren't expensive. They make their money in other ways. Really? You mean by gambling? $8 miles to go. Thalo is shocked that there is gambling going on there. Hi, Captain Clarkey. Is there a way that we can see your in-game settings for your graphics? So what I did, Captain Clarkey, is I started with the settings that Microsoft Flight Simulator gave me, okay? When I first bought it and loaded it in, that's the first thing. The second thing that I did is I started turning stuff off along the bottom of the main graphics page. And those are things like birds and ships and traffic and trees and stuff like that, okay? So I started turning those off. Manaphy went to the Islands of Adventure today. Hey, I hope you had a good time. And you did the Hagrid ride too. I'll bet that was fun. So those are some of the first things that I turned off. I then started turning a few other things off too. Whoops, turned a little bit too much. No rumors, but late 2026, early 2027. Obra, thank you. Yeah, I think that could be a fun airplane. There used to be a live streamer. I don't know that she does anything anymore, but there was a live streamer named Wishing Witch. And Wishing Witch, she was able to fly a Tupolev really good. And she was flying that airplane only with an Xbox controller. Only with an Xbox controller. Yep, we do have the update from Japan. Sadly, whenever we've been doing these Japan tours, it's been really, really bad. It's been really, really cloudy and stuff. Boarding starts soon for Captain Chris. It's a 4-hour A320neo flight. Captain Chris, happy wedding day to you and your new bride. Congratulations. Have an incredibly good time. We'll look forward to hearing all about how great the beach is when you get there. And we'll see you next time. Safe travels. As always, watch out for alligators. And just a little baby tour to 007. And I'll get you one in just a second here. In fact, now is a perfect time for us to do that. And the best way to do it with this airplane and with no ATC is to come on over here to Navigraph, hit Airports, hit RJCW, and hit Weather. And there is the latest METAR, courtesy of Navigraph. Okay, so there's the latest METAR for you. Winds right now are 250 at 14. runway 26 is still our best choice. So fly over the airport, do the DME arc. Fly over the airport, do the DME arc. It should be fine. Jim got the A350, A340, and A306 from AnyBuilds today. There's a flash sale. Really? So if you're looking for any of those AnyBuilds airplanes, today is the day to go and grab it because it's a flash sale today. Hey, thanks for telling us, Jim. Okay, we're picking up the next VOR. So let's flip it. There's the next VOR. And let's just go ahead and get our direct to. That looks about as good as we're going to get. Right turn. Hey, Juggernauts, welcome, welcome. It's a 30% off sale for all of those airplanes from AnyBuilds. And we are 124 miles from our airport. This is our final VOR, so we said 35 to 40 miles for our top of descent. Umbra says showers, rain, and super low ceilings. Well, welcome to our Japan tour because our landings have always been really, really, yeah. Wouldn't hold your breath out for too many. They rarely ever do a sale at, on at PMDG. Aerosoft, the CRJ, I'm not sure what you should expect for that. If there might be something for the CRJ. Oh, another thing that we saw that came out this week was a really nice trailer for the A220. So the A220 had a really great trailer out there. And that looks like it's going to be a nice airplane when it finally shows up.
Subscriber
Hey, Umbra, thank you for being a Twitch subscriber.
Agent. Loyalty
I
noted.
appreciate the extra support. Thank you so much. Hi, Black Dog. Thanks for coming in. Looking pretty good. Havana to Key West or Tampa or something like that. I was going to take a bigger airplane. So... you found the Air Berlin chocolate heart emote. Welcome, Justice. Thanks for coming by. Okay, so remember on the arrival today, we're doing a VOR, sort of a procedure turn in a way. You fly over the VOR at 3,000 feet, go out 10 miles, do a 10-mile DME arc around, and then come into land. Once you get at the end of the DME arc, go down to 2,000 feet, and down you go. And that should be our nice arrival. We've already got 115.3 loaded in. Remember, it's just a VOR. It's not going to do a glide slope or anything like that. So that should be a nice arrival. Another thing you can do is if you're flying over here on, if you're using Navigraph, this is one of those charts. If you click the layers, one of the things that it will do is it will lay the chart in over your big map so that you can see how you're doing. And that might be kind of a nice little trick for you to use as you're coming in. And that's super duper helpful from Navigraph. Hello, Skydeck. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. We are having fun in the DC6, a much older airplane. This airplane was a Japan Airlines DC6 named after the city of Osaka. So if they had airplanes a gazillion years ago, this would have been the airplane that Lord Ishido would have been flying. Surveying says possibly 1 to 2 weeks for the A220. Wow, that's pretty close. Now, one of the things that we'll do is the outbound course for this is 012 degrees. So we'll plan on 012 for 10 miles from the VOR. Let's see. We could do a last minute little poll here to decide where you want to take your airplane from Havana. I'll put a couple of suggestions into straw poll. Key West is fine, but we're taking a jet, so maybe we want something more. Almost done. All right, here we go. And create. I'm going to put a link into chat so you can vote. It's free if you want to vote on Twitch or YouTube. So it should just appear in your chat and you can vote on where we're going to go next. I'll only jump in if there's a tie, and you can also track the results here on the poll too. And I missed a little chat. Hi, Free Lethal. Good to see you. USB hub. Do you have it plugged into a power outlet? Yes. I think it's important, especially for flight simmers. I think it's really important for flight simmers to have a powered USB hub, one that actually plugs into the wall, okay? I think it's important for one of those things. So be sure and grab one of those, especially with, you know, all of the really groovy things that we're getting from wind control, because they require power, you know, in the autopilots. Can you imagine the power that it's going to take for the upper panel? I think it's got 3 USB hubs on it anyway. So that's kind of, I definitely suggest getting a powered USB hub, okay? Don't just rely on PC power. Your PC is already working hard enough in Flight Sim. And oh yeah, individual switches too. I've got really, my dad actually sent a nice one. Let's see if I can show you what it looks like. So let's see. Nope, not that. We want the bigger cam. Where's the big cam? Nope, we don't want the weather cam. What happened to my... Oh, desk cam. There it is. So, there you go. Yes, I have Captain Shaw's comm badge on my desk. But over here... And again, this is a powered USB hub. I think that that's super duper important. And you see that there's switches. And these are switches that actually turn it on and turn it off. So if I click the switch over there, it turns it on and turns it off. Okay, so make sure that you can do that. I think that those are really, really important. Let's see, there is a tie between Tampa and Miami. There's a tie between Tampa and Miami. If you want to break that tie, so over in chat. Imagine the overhead that will have it. Irvi, I have not heard about a dedicated power supply for the overhead. I've heard though that it has 3 USB hubs, And my guess is that's probably why. Still a tie here. Still a tie. Okay, Miami took the lead here. Minneapolis, St. Paul is probably shutting down in 20 to 50 minutes. Yeah, I was figuring that they were going to have to shut down soon. So we were going to do a flight later on today. It might be not a lot of ATC. Okay, 30-second timer. 30-second timer. Miami's in the lead, followed by Tampa, Key West, Orlando, and Nassau. 25 seconds to go. But yeah, Tim Dog, I figured they were going to get kicked out of the convention center. So we'll just do a quick flight after that. We don't have to have tons of ATC. We already did good. Okay, here we go. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2. We're going to Miami. So off to Miami. All right, looks good. Tastes great, less filling. I'm going to go ahead and update the next command for you. All right, almost done with this. Almost done, and here's our next flight. So I'm going to do an A300 on that one.
Wakkanai traffic on the domestic Romeo.
And then we'll do Minneapolis to Chicago Midway.
Casey arrival for RNet runway 6.
Somebody will be doing center for Jax at 2300. Okay, so all of this looks good. Looks like we could do a little bit of a turn to the left. That's good, and zero it out. We are 76 miles. We're going to start our descent at about 35 to 40 miles out to cross the VOR at 3,000 feet. And we've got a little bit of a wind blowing us to the east here, but it's not too bad. Tim Dog, I thought you were doing that today. That's the Minneapolis to Midway. So you're going to stay in Minneapolis for one extra day? Wouldn't it be great if whoever stays the longest gets a WinWing, one of the new WinWing radios? Just kind of hang around till the end, says, okay, you can have one of the radios. That would be a nice prize for going to Flight Sim Expo. Everything else is looking pretty good. Hi, Hamilton. I watched some stuff on the Expo. You think it looks better than last year? It's really, I don't know what to say about that. I've never actually been to one. The WinWing stuff always looks amazing. I also, the little bit that I did see, it looked like it was okay. So I'm excited about the WinWing stuff and some of the airplanes and the EFB. Let's see. Tim Dog, you'll wait until Monday to leave. Moose is staying an extra day too. Really nice WinWing stuff. I think the radio is going to be a welcome addition to a lot of sim cockpits. I think the radio is going to be really nice, and I'm looking forward to that. I'm not sure when I'm going to start buying these things. I might wait till the fall and see what's happening with the economy and everything else. do a little bit of savings, and then maybe go and try and get the throttles again. See if I can't make that work. The throttles, the radio. I'll also need an extra desk clamp now. And then the overhead. Ben is in chat. You just bought the A350 from the IndieBuild store, and it's not in your sim. You may need to do a restart, Ben. But what does it look like when you go back to the IndieBuild store? Does it show you that it's been downloaded correctly? I would check that too. Tim Dog says the radio's going to be nice. Camilton wants some rudder pedals. The Logitech ones are okay. They are cheap. They are plastic. They're not like a good set of metal rudder pedals. So eventually you'll probably be nice. But I think that those Logitech rudder pedals are great if you're just getting started. It shows that it's been installed. Okay. I would suggest at this point, Ben, turn everything off, restart your computer, then start it. I think restarting the sim might be important to do first. Let's see how our progress is. A little bit off to the side of my course here. Tim Dog, you got to use the radio panel on the VATSIM pilot station today. How did it feel to you? How did the dials feel? Do they, because we're going to use that a lot, right? We're going to use that quite a bit. Do they feel sturdy to you, Tim Dog? It looks great. It really does look nice. H-Pilot, so tomorrow is Vectors to Copenhagen. Usually I look ahead. We can do that right now. So we'll start with Vectors to Copenhagen, and then let's do VATSIM events. Tim Dog says it feels nice. Cool. Okay, tomorrow, what do we have? There's Vectors. Budapest, I think, is a little bit far. Nuremberg, Dusseldorf, Oslo. Ooh, Oslo's gonna be up. When's Oslo starting? We could depart from Oslo. So there'll be Oslo. That's usually good when they're there. OSLO. ENGM. Usually there's somebody from Sweden or something like that. Or Norway. I'll probably do an A320 for that flight. And then we could look up and see if the new train sim, running train, would give us a nice route back to Tokyo from up north. I don't know. I don't know that much about it. Okay, got that one down. Do I use Linker? Retriever Neil, yes. Not as much as I think I should, but yeah, I do use Linker. Haven't been to the state parks yet. I was going to look at some of the parks. I know we like to fly out of Jackson Hole a lot, but I haven't checked the parks yet. We did do the Grand Canyon a long time ago when it first came out. 49 miles. Okay, so in about 10 miles, we're going to start our descent. It does not have real cities, though. The A320 is the only one that I've planned so far, Zach. And we're going down to 3,000 feet. The A320 is one of your favorites. It's a very good airplane. It really is one of the good airplanes for sure. Hey, clouds aren't as thick as I would have thought. we might see some good scenery coming in. Visibility, though, not so good. Clouds down to about 200 feet. We have light showers. No fear or no sense. $40 miles, so let's split it at 37. And the DME is down here. So at about 37, we'll start our descent. Nice little countdown, right? And 37. Altitude hold off. 1, 2, 3.
26 inches, please.
Descent checklist.
26 inches.
Another 3 clicks. Dad Game Time is lurking today. Hey, Dad Game Time. Happy cycling today. Thank you for coming by today. Welcome aboard. Say, watch out for crazy drivers on your bicycle. Hey, FNL Aviation, first day of vacation. Really? Denver to TVC, you got a 7. FNL Aviator, did you get the latest update on the 737 MAX? The United 737 MAX from iFly looks pretty good. They did a good job on that airplane. The EFB is awesome too. All right. So what we're doing is as we come in here, we're going to go outbound on the 012 degree radial. So let's dial this in now. 012. So there's 015,432. There's the 012 degree radial. So that's our outbound. And we got that all set. And we're going to start that turn in 30 miles. We need to stop our descent at 3,000. Free Lethal is home from the Expo. You bought a lot, and now I can't wait to try the Max update. You're going to need to do that. So Free Lethal, here's what you do on the 737 Max. First, delete the old 737 Max from your community folder. Delete all of your liveries from your community folder. Next, click on the iFly Manager that you already have on your desktop, iFly Download Manager. It's going to give you a new, you're going to have to download the new iFly Manager, and it will automatically do that. After that, start it, and you may need to restart a few things, but after that, it will then download for you. Then go grab yourself a couple new liveries, and it worked really good. Once you start it, you're going to have to do the code for Navigraph, and it'll work great. FNL Aviator, it does look really good. Justice did Aruba to Minneapolis. TPR TTV, this is all VOR to VOR on this one. Only VOR, no GPS. You will need to get new liveries, so be sure to delete all of your old liveries. They change stuff on the inside of the cabins and stuff, so your liveries will have pink color textures. So be sure that you go and delete the old liveries. Tim Dog, I think you're going to be happy. You're already an expert at 737 MAX, right? Because you fly that one for Southwest all the time. I think you're going to be a happy camper. And reset. 22 miles and 10,000 feet. We need to increase our rate of descent here. Captain Eagle, welcome aboard. It is a fun airplane. It is difficult. It does have difficulties though, but it's like you said, it's a fun airplane. AZ did the Honda Jet from London City to Liverpool today. AvGeek is almost done with school. 4 more exams. Hey, AvGeek, good luck on your exams. Just increasing our rate of descent. We've got 18 miles to go, so we need to get down to about 3,000. Tim Dog mostly flies the NGs. There's some little things that you notice that aren't as good in the PMDG. I can't wait till you get home too, Tim Dog, because I really like the iFly now, especially with the new EFB. It's really pretty good. Ryan, 83 Bravo, is back with nearly 70 months of being a subscriber. Thank you for being here so long, Ryan. Thanks for sharing your journey along the way. Ryan has done a lot of cool things. Really done a lot of growth, and thanks for sharing, and thank you for the support, and welcome on in. Thank you for almost 70 months. Ombra has a real 737 MAX pilot as a friend, and one of the iFly test pilots. I'm real happy with that airplane too. Should we do? Should we fly the MAX on the next flight, or the A300? Should we just jump right back into the MAX? We could always do the A300 next week. I think American Airlines has done some flights out of Havana. Let's see if American has a MAX. Air Canada, Alaska, Allegiant, American. It does. Let's see if I've already got one loaded in here. It should. I don't think Southwest goes to Havana, but my third flight's going to be a Southwest flight. All right, Caribbean, China Flare, Copa, United, Southwest. Turkish. I don't have an American. Let's see. So let's go and grab, which ones do we have? We've got an American anything special. Let's just grab this one. All right. I'm just doing a new airframe with this. B38M 737 MAX 8. Let's see. The MAX 8 here is going to be 166 seats. 166, and we're going to do it in pounds because it's American. All right. It's November 302 US. November 302 US. The FIN number would probably be 302. It's going to be American Airlines, and save it. Okay, so we're gonna switch airplanes here. Okay, and that's all loaded. Let's see how bad off we are here. Oh my goodness, we're just flying over the VOR. Just flying over the VOR. Just in time. Okay, we're at 3,000 feet. Oh, holy cats, holy cats. Stop, 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 stop. Sorry, passengers. Heading, altitude hold. Okay, let's see. We need to do a heading of 012 degrees. Actually, we're pretty close to 012 degrees here. Tim Dog, come back and let us know. Enjoy the last part of it there. We'll see you. They're about ready to do that, AZ. About ready to do that. Okay, let's do a little bit of a turn.
Cooling turbine. Normal. Fuel booster pumps.
Descend and maintain
On low.
2,000.
Fuel tank selectors. Mains on. Crossfeed off.
Wakkanai
Hydraulic bypass
traffic.
valve.
On Little 96
Down.
Romeo clear from way.
No smoking
6
signs.
Wakkanai traffic.
On. In-range checks complete.
Wakkanai traffic. Hi there from Japan Airlines 441. We are a groovy little DC6 starting the DME arc for runway 26. Wakkanai. Now let's do a little bit of ATC. Make sure I'm not going to run into anybody. I don't see anybody. I think we're clear. All right. Now then, it's a 10-mile DME arc here. So we're at 6.5 miles. To fly a DME arc and stuff like that, it's probably a little bit better to just do it by hand, especially with an airplane like this. Okay, let's get the cup over here. Hi, Melvin. Welcome aboard. Let's also do 264 degrees on the OBS. So 264 degrees. That is going to be our inbound course. Melvin, good to see you. Thank you for coming by. Did you go to the Expo this year? There's 2654. Okay, that's all set and ready to go. And autopilot off. Captain's got the airplane. Start our turn. JSG Droid, we kind of were getting excited about the Max, so yeah, we switched over to the Max. I was going to do a cargo flight, but I've got an American Airlines 737 MAX for a flight up to Miami. No Expo, random question. Did you create a Spy Jazz channel on YouTube? No. I have not done a Spy Jazz channel. That's a little out of date. We are going to Miami, but I'm taking a Max. Actually, Multi, there is one. One of the things that you need to look for, Multi, is something called the Duckworks. And I think Melvin Leroy could tell you a lot more about it over at flightsim.to. It's called the Duckworks, and that's a mod for the DC3, and I really suggest that to you. Still, yes, still departing from Havana. Yep, 166 passengers. Melvin says the Duckworks mod that you can get for the DC3 has a great channel over in Discord. And of course, having the Duckworks stuff gives you all sorts of opportunities for really groovy wisecracks. Now, do we have control over the throttles yet? No.
Flaps 20. Setting flaps 20.
Doing a DME arc in this airplane is not like doing it in a jet. Very different.
Flaps set. Mistress Rich, please. Auto Rich.
Any chance we can see anything outside the window?
Gear up and down, please. Gear up and down.
Flocala is back. We're waiting for that news right now, Flocala. We're waiting for it right now. AC is going to do Southwest. Okay. I'm going to miss a little bit of chat because I'm a little low at the moment. And I better concentrate. This airplane is not too terribly forgiving.
Cal flaps. Plus 3 degrees. Cal flaps set. VDI. VDI off. VDI is off. Landing lights. Speed good. Extending lights. Lights extended and on. Car read. Car read cold. Set cold.
I'm trying to also use the trim with this. And turn to final. Good Abend, Himyang. We're a touch low. Hi, Martel. A little bit low. There's this hill here. I don't want to hit the hill. Hi, Puffelfish. Welcome back. Wakkanai traffic. Japan Airlines 441 is now on 7-mile finals for runway 26, landing Wakkanai. Okay, 8-mile finals. I'm terrible liar here. Okay, those trees are scary. Those trees were scary. We must be really low. Passengers are probably freaking out a bit. I know it's getting foggy, isn't it? Multi, it was a lot of work. IRL pilots a long time ago in a galaxy far away used to do a lot more work than we do these days. Sim pilot, real pilot nerves of steel. Holy moly, I can't see a thing. All right, that's supposed to be 1,300. I'm at 1,000. And we're slightly off. Now let's start a gentle descent. There we go. That looks a little better. Pratt PT says it's time to hydrate. I think there's supposed to be an airport down there. Is that it? If that's it, I'm in big trouble. Nope, that's not it. I'm a little bit low right now because we've got like zero visibility here. Hey, is that a runway? No, those are trees. We're 1.4 miles from the runway and there's trees there. Hey, I think I got a runway. Oh, I got a runway. I can see the runway. We're not gonna die. Well, maybe not. Love the DC6 because it's got squeaky brakes. I mean, any airplane with good old squeaky brakes like this is obviously fun, right? We made it. Minus 256. It seemed to be so much more gentle than that. This was a small $10 airport. It didn't have any of the really cool architecture of this airport. This was a little weird. Wakkanai traffic. Japan Airlines 441 is now clear of runway 26, and we're taxiing to parking. Happy landings, Wakkanai. And there's a passenger stairway over there. So we'll try and spin the airplane here. So we put the passenger door by that stairway. Umbra, you've got to go. Thanks for coming in, Umbra. Have a really great weekend. I hope you're having fun, and we'll see you next time. That looks pretty good. Parking brakes going on. Parking brakes are on, and parking checklist. And engines are going to go off, and yeah, we put the door right by that little door there. So at least I'm getting decent at taxiing this thing up for passengers. And it looks like, I don't know, they have this little thing like that. I don't know if that's for a prop plane or not. For airplanes that get out the back of this. And we can come over here to ramp manager. We need a ground power unit and a main cabin exit. And so there we go. Passengers just jump right off the plane and go inside. It was a nice flight. I think that this was the end. I think Polyot is traveling today. But I think that this was the end of the tour. So we're up here in the northern part of Japan. And we're going to be figuring out a new tour in the next few weeks. But one of the things that we might do is I'll look in the new train sim and see if there's some sort of from the northern island down to Tokyo, one of the trains. The one that I'm looking at is called Running Train. And we'll try and do the train down there or something along those lines. And then there's also a bunch of suggestions for the new tour. And eventually there's going to be voting on that. And we'll be ready to go and tell you where we're going. Okay? Heavy Equation is back and says it's Vegas next year. All right. Vegas fun, huh? All right. Well, start saving your quarters for the one-armed bandits, I guess. The Bolt Railway Dog. So it's only going to be fictional routes. Okay. I'll look in their routes and see if there's something that kind of looks right. So if even USMC vet, so it's not real. I've also got one of the train sim worlds, but I'll look for a train ride back into Tokyo. One of the two. And that might be nice. And that was really nice. All right. Success here. Let's come on over and we're going to do Sunday service to Miami. So let's start over here, and in Miami, we're going to do arrivals. 9, 12, or 8 left. So 9, 12, or 8 left. Okay. So we'll see. Yeah, and I'll try and figure out one of them. I haven't loaded any of those in quite a while. But let's see. Also, I'm going to do American. I got no idea where they park. Let's look and find it. Let's find an American gate here real fast. Okay, so KMIA, Miami Airport. Show me the departure boards. And show me an American. Okay, here's a departure. Here's one up to Charlotte. That's a 737-800. Gonna give me a gate D12. So an arrival gate would be Delta 12. Okay, cool. Nice to see that one. Where is D12? I have no idea. There's D12. 11, 8, 10, 14, 16, D20, D16, D4, D12, it's right there. Okay, right by D10. All right, so hopefully we get for arrival 8 left. That would be a good arrival runway. Now then, let's come down here. I did notice that there was an update for SimApp Pro, but I tried the Boeing autopilot and it did not work. So you're still going to need MobiFlight for that. You'll still need MobiFlight if you're going to use the AutoGate. JSG Droid is at gate 10. Departure runway here in Havana is runway 6. All right. We've got a little bit of basic information here. We're going to be at the international terminal, and you're gate 10. All right, we will not spawn on gate 10. We could get 7, 8, or 9. All right, so let's see. First thing we need to do is, I think what we do is we turn on the device first and then turn on MobiFlight. So there goes the autopilot. Camera needs to go over to the autopilot. And there's the autopilot right there. And let's see if I can focus. Get the big bad light out of it. Okay, there we go. And now we need to start MobiFlight. Here comes MobiFlight. And there's MobiFlight. While we're waiting for MobiFlight, let's go and clear out some of this. Okay, that looks good. And we're done with that flight. Okay, got MobiFlight going here, and now we hit run. Lately, it occurs to Dad Game Time what a long, strange trip it's been. If you're talking about the spy flight, yeah, it sure is. Okay, this looks good. Here comes Microsoft Flight Simulator. Let's do a flight plan. All right. Sim brief. Let's see. Airplane is in Boeing mode. We're all ready to go there. So, new flight. We are going to be in AAL 441. If you're talking about life in general, Dad Game Time, yeah, it's been a long, strange trip that way too. MUHA, we're going to KMIA, Miami. Let's see. Our airplane is going to be a Boeing 737 MAX. So B38M. And default, it's going to be our American Airlines, which we just added. Okay, it's going to be in pounds, runway 6 and runway 9. I'm going to go with 8 left, though, in my planning, because that's going to be closer to the north side of the airport, which is where American Airlines is. We're going to do 30 minutes of extra fuel. I don't think we need it, but 30 minutes. Eczema to Sanders, Maxim in the middle. We've done that before. And generate flight. Now's a good time to stretch. Although Pratt PT said to hydrate. Ooh. All right, that looks good. View the PDF. Make a copy of the link and put that in chat for you so that you can go and see the flight plan if you want to. And you can see it on both Twitch and YouTube. I should also change the title. And I will change the title on Twitch. It doesn't need to change on YouTube. And that looks good. Okay. And with that, let's save a copy to the desktop even though we might not need it. And that's good there. Come back to SimBrief. Let's go and do prefile. That's it. 737 MAX 8, 23,000 feet. Flight level 230. We're filed. No chickening out possible now. All right, all of that looks good. And we'll grab one of these gates over here. There's JSG Droid, I think. Okay, what else can we do? Remember the good old days when you could get a free virus scanner and it didn't bog down your system? Boy, that was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. And I guess that for those of us that are still on Windows 10, but we're able to extend the virus data from Microsoft, that's about 6 months from being done. You know, probably a little less actually. So, you know, if you want to stay doing this, you might need a new kind of a virus scanner or something. Unless you could also, you know, trick the computer into Windows 11, but I don't know anybody that likes Windows 11. Or you could do the combination Windows and Linux. I don't know. But we're faced with that again. I don't know that there's all that many people that are going to rush out and buy a new system to use Windows 11, especially with the cost of, you know, memory up. I consider today's antivirus actually is a virus. I just practice safe surfing. Irby says Windows 11's working flawlessly for you. So today's antivirus actually is a virus. Really? Maybe I can get another inoculation when it's time for my next COVID shot. There is a way now that's actually, I'm told, fairly foolproof that you can trick Windows 11 into installing in a computer that technically can't run it. But you have to basically reinstall it like once a year or something. Hamilton doesn't mind Windows 11 either. So there's actually 2 votes for it. Dad Game Time, there's a 3rd vote that says Windows 11 is okay. Well, with the cost of components right now sky high, like I said, I really just can't imagine too many people that still have an older system that can't run it are going to go out and buy a new computer soon. We could go back to using it. You have to cheat the TPM to install Windows 11. JSG Droid, you're considering it on an old laptop? Zach likes 11 too. Maybe it's time to look at that. Pick a 5 Stream is using it. So maybe maybe that's the thing to think about doing, JSG Droid. Daughter just completed her next to last semester for her master's degree. Really? That is congratulations to your daughter, Dad Game Time. Next to last semester. So there's actually a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, right? Captain sort of has a brand new computer, so it's only 1 year old and it's working okay. Okay, it says start. Usually when the little start button pops up there, one of the things that I do on the little start is I just sit and wait a little bit longer. Even though it says start, Microsoft Flight Simulator is still loading itself in. And it just seems to me like, no, put the start button up when it's fully loaded. You know, don't have us do that, because I think that kind of confuses it a little bit and causes it to stutter and be cranky a lot more. Start. See how much smoother it was if you just wait a little bit here? Free flight. You have to carve out 6 hours to move files and begin the process. 6 hours? That's just scary.
Subscriber confirmed.
Somebody just
Top
became a
clearance
subscriber.
granted, agent. Loyalty
No, it's a
noted.
resub. It's, oh my gosh, it's Captain Butters is back. Hi, Captain Butters. Thanks for a 52-month resub. Welcome on in. Hey, guess what? I've been buttering some landings lately. No, I didn't pay anybody off at ElevateX or anything like that. Thanks for the resub. Welcome aboard. We're about ready to do Sunday service out of Havana. So Sunday service from Havana to Miami. Save and go back. There's our American Airlines 737 MAX. That's right. I paid off the people at Kerrygold. See, that's what did it, right? Ooh, I didn't check my airports. Let's just make sure we got Miami and Havana loaded in. Do my library. Oh, we have an update. Oh, look at this. We've got updates. Update available for all sorts of stuff for Microsoft Flight Simulator. I'll do that later. Okay, let's do my library, KMIA Miami. I've got the latest Miami scenery and it's streamed, so that should be good. Cool. MUHA. Ooh, I must need to load that in. You had to restart your game? I'm going to go ahead and get that. That's a nice airport scenery. Let me go and get that. WKRP is in Cincinnati. It is. As is all of those flying turkeys. As is the flying turkeys. Sorry about this. It shouldn't take too much time. You know what? I think I should also get Midway. Let's also get Midway too. Okay, so first, MUHA. Yeah, I forgot to do this. There is Havana. And it's a good little airport. It's worth loading in. Let's see. Midway. KMDW. Midway. Yeah. Oh, I've already got Midway loaded in. It's a Dr. Z airport. Okay, we're all good to go there, right? All right, looks good. Let's restart again. Sorry. Let's see. Captain Butters is planning a flight in the Phenom from MUHA, and we're departing there. See you on the ground, Captain Butters. I think somebody said there was an update for the Phenom recently, maybe? I might have missed that. Dad Game Time has landed the Phenom. Your landing was MUHA. Not as phenomenal as you wanted it to be. Let's see if we've got any groovy clouds today. Ooh, no groovy clouds. Air quality is 40. And it's 20 degrees Celsius. I don't think there's any snow today. Hey, Toomey Roscoe. Welcome, welcome. Hamilton likes the new FS Reborn airplane, too. I never do the MUHA joke. That's somebody else, right? I don't think I've ever tried that one, just because I don't think I sound good saying it. Hey, Pauliot, welcome. I thought maybe you were on the in an airplane going over to your football game. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by. Welcome aboard. We had a beautiful flight into the last airport, I think. I was going to look and try and find, check in my train sims, and a week from today we'll try and do a train sim down to Tokyo. The World Cup final is in July. You got a few weeks before you're forced. Okay, before you're forced to look interested. Don't know what to say, but it was a beautiful tour in. Not nearly as foggy. Not nearly as foggy either. Okay, Havana to Miami in the 737 MAX, then Minneapolis to Chicago Midway in the 737 MAX. Let's see, Pauliot, we have Vegas is next year's Flight Sim Expo. That we've learned just today. John Cedras is back. Hi, John. Over on YouTube. Welcome aboard. Just loading in and getting ready for our Havana to Miami route. New ways to look interested beyond waving your flag. AZ, good to be. John, it's from PMDG. You can get it at PMDG. Captain Butters says the weather is coming in Havana right now. Hard pass for dad game time. But this may be the trip when you put a quarter in the one-armed bandit and there'll be all sorts of money coming out. I don't believe it either. But no, John, the DC6 is available from PMDG, and it's also been kind of updated relatively recently, and it's pretty cool. Hey, if you go to Vegas, though, you could spend a whole lot of money on a couple of cups of coffee. That was mean. I know. I should be nicer. I should be a little bit nicer. John would like a VC10 from PMDG. Oh, we also know that there's going to be a 707 coming out from AnyBuilds soon. They're working on a 707. Looks like a really good one. I hope that they include a livery for Transglobal Airlines, the airline from the movie Airport. Hi, Russ. Welcome in. Thanks for coming in. Russ, Havana to Miami. Then Minneapolis to Chicago for all the people that are going home from Flight Sim Expo. Pauliot says it is not a regular AnyBuilds airplane. It will be at the depth of the default aircraft. This is being made with working title. That is not, no, it was, no, well, actually, Airplane also had a 707. Although whenever the 707 flew by in the movie Airplane, it didn't have jet sounds, it had propeller sounds, which I thought was terribly entertaining. But no, Airport was Transglobal Airlines, the first airport disaster movie. Have you seen the World Cup matches? No, I'm afraid not. Basically, they're fixing the crap 707 that you can get in the marketplace. Well, that certainly takes the, air out of the sails on that one. Really? That's all there is to it? Ugh. That doesn't sound like fun at all. Okay, let's just verify. We need to verify our MUHA. Hey, that loaded in. Let's also check KMDW, Midway. Midway loaded just fine. And we also know that Minneapolis is fine. Okay, we're all good to go. And we got the latest Miami in. So we've got our next few flights all set. And we have a 737 MAX. MUHA. Jose Marte Airport. Now we don't want to spawn on anybody because spawning is rude. Let's see. Asobo got Airplane Heaven to make a 707. They did a terrible job with it. Any builds and working title are fixing it. Good luck with that. I mean, seriously, it'd be nice to have a good one. Russ is having a problem with the DC6. Several gauges don't work. Russ, I don't know that I actually used those airplanes, those gauges on mine, so I don't know anything about it. It could be they're actually broken in the airplane. They may be broken in the plane. I don't know. It's going to have, oh no. It's like the L1011, a Siva. AZ has got the default scenery and it's not bad. That's right. You need to have consent before you spawn on somebody. Because there's kids watching, right? Polya cares about system depth, not variance. I didn't say that right. One of the things that I'll try and do by midweek next week is have a full cold and dark video on the 737 MAX over on YouTube. So I will try and get that going. Is Elevate X, I haven't got it turned on yet. I haven't turned it on yet. It shouldn't, it'll be in just a bit. There we go. It's a nice little airport that they did here. And let the movies play out just a little bit here while it's still loading stuff in. Otherwise, it's just so frustrating. You click something and then it stutters and stutters. So if you just wait a little bit, it's better. Is there a button for dumping fuel? I think it depends on the airplane. There's our 737 MAX. Shift C. All right, let's go and get on VATSIM. Hey Uprooted, welcome aboard. For all interested in Windows 11 upgrades on an older PC, enable TPM secure boot or bypass. This site provides its guidelines on how to do it. Windowsforum.threads. That's really nice. Uprooted, thank you for taking the time to type that in. That's something I'm probably going to have to do in the, before the end of the latest, free updates. But I think that might be something that I'm going to have to do, is just go ahead and either upgrade to 11 or go with some other protection on it. Because as we all know, it's so important to have protection. Yes, I just got really gross. Sorry about that. Okay, this is American Airlines, AAL Flight 441, and it's a Boeing 38M MAX. and connect. We should see JSG Droid's airplane over there at the end. Oh, we got a CRJ. Someone's taking a CRJ. All right, Elevate X should be going. JSG Droid had to restart. AZ likes it too. Maybe that's probably the best thing to do is just trick it into doing. So uprooted, I copied what you said over into my notes and stuff, but I've got to go ahead and take a look at doing something like that. But it's something we all need to be aware of and ready for, right? JSG Droid has reinstalled iFly, but I forgot to oh, okay. Okay, let's hop into the cockpit and do stuff. First of all, let's make sure throttles work. My reversers do not work. We have to fix reversers. So reversers go on controllers. And we need to do throttle quadrant. And I need to switch it to the PMDG mode. And out of that. Now let's make sure this works. Hey, look at that. I've got reversers now. Gotta have those. Controls there. Speed brakes work. All right, everything's good to go there. Let's also make sure we've got our views set up. John wants to go do a flight. I don't think we've ever actually got into Seychelles before. I don't think we've done that one yet. And it looks like the camera views are all set too, so we're good to go there. Okay, power up. Ground services. Ground power. Jetway. Doors. Forward cargo, aft cargo. And this will automatically open up your 1L door. And that looks good. Okay, that looks great. Let's come over and do, so for me, the way I start a flight in this airplane, Anthony is on a 7-stream streak right now. Thanks for being here on a 7-stream streak. Okay, so what I first do is import SimBrief. And wait until the map paint's on. And then I'll just send the data to the airplane. I think that there's more to learn about this airplane though. So I kind of think that's a good thing to do. Is just start doing that and then build up from there. The route for today's flight. And so what we need to do is go grab some charts. So terminal charts. Hi, Loviz. Hey, are you traveling today, Loviz? Is today a traveling day for you? All right, we want parking spots. No, we want this one. Oh, how were the tacos last night? Loviz had tacos last night. And I bet they were really good. And our SID going out is Empire 4 Alpha. And we're going out via Maxim. Okay, that looks good. They were stewed pork roast tacos. Stewed pork roast tacos, which sounds really out freaking standing. Okay, coming into Miami. Our star is going to be Sandbar 3. Hey, guess what, Loviz? I think I've got the latest update for Miami, so my jetway should work. Irvi had roast pork, so it's like a shredded pork kind of a taco. That sounds good. Okay, our approach, we're hoping for 8 left. And that's just a localizer. And 9 and 12 are updated too. Now, taxi chart, airport. So hopefully the jetways work. Okay, all this looks good, and we're going to D12 for our arrival. And that looks good too. Hit the pin, sandbar, all the runways, airport, and all that looks good. That looks great. Coming into Havana. Parking spots, airport, and our departure. We're ready to go. So let's see. Irvi did a roast pork dinner earlier. Okay, all of this looks good. I think it's time to turn power on the airplane. This airplane does have, this airplane has really, really good Boris sounds. So I'm going to turn off the music real fast and turn up the airplane a bit and turn it on. The on sounds are really good. Oh, Polly had pork too. So it sounds like there was a lot of porking out. You knew I was going to hog that joke, didn't you? Definitely can't go to Expo next year. It overlaps with when I'm at the Paris Air Show, and you can't get out of Paris next year because there is an order being placed. Oh, really? Ooh, that's exciting. I would say the order being placed is a lot more exciting for sure. Dad Game Time is serenading us. I'm trying to remember the song. Angry Wolf needs some help with your Thrustmaster pedals. It's not working on your nose steering and your PMDG. You may need to go into settings in like the electronic flight bag. You may need to go into EFB settings, and you may need to turn those on, okay? You may need to engage nose wheel steering in there, okay? So if they're not working, that's probably why. Did they announce Expo? Yep, Vegas. It's gonna, oh, that's from Ricky Ricardo. Lucy. All right, looks good. And let's do FMC. Nav data is good. And we are at MUHA. MUHA. Our gate today is Charlie 7. And we're done with the cool sounds. We'll turn music back on. Let's see. Bolt Railway Dog is returning to flight sims. You got 2024. I'm pondering about joining VATSIM. A long time ago, it was IVAO. And do we use GSX? Yes. VATSIM is cool. Yes, there's a little bit of a learning curve, but since you've already done it, Bolt Railway, you'll be able to do it. IVAO is still going, so you could go over there too if you like them a little bit better. But pretty much I think everybody is on VATSIM. Do I use GSX? Yes, mostly for pushback. Mostly for pushback. Low-vis is not allowed in Vegas. AZ is banned from casinos. And Polya was hoping they'd go to Miami. I know it's already been kind of explained to me, but I've always thought that, it would be a really, really cool, what would be a really cool one would be Atlanta and the Delta Museum, but I guess it's just not big enough for a convention like that. So, but yeah, Bolt Railway, it all works great. I'll use some GSX for push and start in just a sec. Route. This all looks good. That looks great. Let's get a clearance. 120.3. 120.3. Turn the radio on. Eight is, let's see, Bolt Railway Dog. This is V-Pilot. This is how it is that you could go and this is how you can get an ATIS and how you communicate on VATSAM if you don't know about that. Let's see, CB Flyer. So the Delta Museum just is not big enough. You'd have to put the 767 outside. Well, if they put 767 outside, they should put the 757 inside because I gotta tell you, the 757's cooler. I think so. Let's see. Paulia did something in Orlando many years ago with Project Fly. Boy, that was a while. Okay, so approach. Let's see. Marty information. Mike. Runway 6. Winds. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's get our clearance. Let's get the clearance now. Marty approach, very good afternoon from American 441. We're a 737 MAX at the International Terminal, Gate 7. Information, Mike is aboard, requesting clearance to Miami.
American 441, my Havana terminal clearance is on the quest, stand by, number 1.
Standing by. Angry Wolf, your EFB settings.
Number 2950 Alpha.
Okay.
Down 295 C Alpha, line up away, runner 06.
You're in the Phoenix, right, Angry Wolf?
And departure, good day. American 1959 at gate 10 with my requesting IFR to Miami.
Can 195, 9 clearance on the quest number 2.
Angry Wolf. Oh, you're in the PMDG, not the Phoenix.
295 C Alpha. Surface wind 210 degrees, 10 knots, QNH 1018, runway 06, clear for takeoff. Report passing 1,500. Clear takeoff, runway 06, Roger. Report passing 1,500. That's for about, yeah, we'll report passing 1,500, 1,500. American 441, I have your clearance advised.
American 441, ready to copy clearance.
You're clear to Miami. Mar 4 Alpha departure, maximum transition, runway 06. Climb flight number 230, squawk 3475.
American 441 is cleared to Miami from runway 06. The Mar 4 Alpha departure, maximum transition. Our climb and maintain is flight level 230. Squawk for today is 3475, all for American 441.
Departure November 2950 Alpha passing down. We're climbing verified on 3000 feet. Number 25 Alpha on the terminal, radar contact, continue climb, flight level 250.
Let's get the APU going. Get some AC going in the airplane. We need to turn on.
American 441, readback is correct. Call for push and start.
American 441, thanks. We'll give you a call for push and start. Okay, APU is.
American 1959, clearance.
Okay, we'll turn that off temporarily. And let's go ahead and activate and execute. Flight plan's good. Let's do departure and arrival. Our departure today is going to be runway 6. It's the Mar 4 Alpha departure. Maximum transition. Yes, I'm already working on doing some, tacky joke about that, silly magazine from the 90s. Arrivals. I'm hoping for the localizer runway 8 left. Localizer 8 left. We're going to be doing the sandbar arrival, not doing the frogs arrival, via Maxim and Engage. The altitude is usually flight level 250 due to the LOA. Baseball Boss, thank you coming in. I think that SimBrief gave me, I think it was SimBrief that gave me the altitude, but you said it should be flight level 250? Yeah, it gave me 23, that's why. Thanks for telling me. I'll remember to tell SimBrief to use the proper altitude next time. Dredson is back in TV. Dredson TV is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. All right, let's go to legs. And all that looks good. Route and performance init. I'm just going to leave the 2.3 for now, but we'll go up to 2.5 afterwards. Let's see. Cruise winds. We can get them over here. Navigraph and OFP. Cruise winds are 027 at 10. And let's see, our temperature deviation is plus 15 degrees. Our cost index should be 30. And all that looks good. We do have an APU up and running. Let's go and get the APU bleed on. And let's get the packs turned on. And we have AC blowing in the cabin. Very, very nice. The altimeter here at Jose Marti Airport is 1017. Good. Let's see. Our cruise out, we're going to flight level 230. Maybe all the way up to 25. Like Baseball Boss said, thanks for coming in and sharing that. I really appreciate it. Okay. Heading on the runway. Terminal charts. And it's runway 6. Hi, Senor Tomas. Welcome aboard. 059 degrees. 059 degrees. That's nicely set too. I think it's time to close the plane and go. Are we still? Yes, I'm still needing to use MobiFlight for this. Generally, everything works on the autopilot just fine, Senor Tomas. It does not display the IIS Mach in the window, but the dial works just fine, and everything else seems to be okay with it. So, not a bad setup on this one. All right, this looks good. Let's close doors. And we're gonna do performance. Tim Dog's back at the hotel. FS Expo is going to be in Vegas next year. Are you all ready to go to Vegas next year, Tim Dog? All right, it is not dry. You can see that it is wet today. Flaps 5, air conditioning on, anti-ice off, rating, D-rate 20, ATM, we'll leave the ATM is at max even though I've got no cash in my account right now. So ATM is no good. Load the weather and calculate. Okay, our center of gravity is now 21.6. Let's see. Maybe there wasn't much of any excitement that was announced at Expo this year. Maybe this is a gap year. Airplane is in kilograms. That won't do. Go to my airplane. Go to US system. And that should be better. And now we're in pounds. Have you heard of the U2? There is a Tupolev 154 Bon MI boy. I do know about the Tupolev. I haven't heard about a U2 though. That would be really neat. Angry Wolf, how do you do reserves? Basically, the fast and dirty way to do it is go to your flight plan and go into the fuel budget right here. And so basically there's two numbers that they put together, which is what I use for my reserves. I use final reserve fuel, which is 2.1, and alternate fuel, which is 3.1, 3.4. The flight plan does the math for you down here and adds FinRes and Alton. Final reserve and alternate fuel is 6.054. So in this place, it's going to be 6.1. So I'm going to go 6.1, and my reserves will be a lot happier. And that's the way I do those things. Bon Me Boy, I haven't heard about a U2 being a spy flight. I'd love to learn about that airplane. That'd be a lot of fun to learn. Okay, takeoff limits. Let's see. We're done on this page. Back to performance. We're going to do 47 degrees and -2. And takeoff. We know it's going to be flaps 5. Our center of gravity is 21.6. That looks good. Speeds for takeoff. 130, 139, 130, 139, and 146. Put 146 in up here. That looks good. Altimeter is set. Speed heading altitude. Flight directors can go on. The captain goes on first. Let's see. The U2 is going to be by Miltech. Oh, really? Is it out? That's actually a military plane that I want to give a try to. It was on work in progress test flight display at, oh, really? I am looking forward to that. That's going to be fun. JSG Droid says they've changed the runway. Thanks, JSG Droid. Two-Tone beat Moose. Nick beat Blue Games. Ben and Wambi were the community, and they beat, and Two-Tone. Oh, those are who did the air challenges. Really? Runway change. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we got to figure out our runway change today. Okay, it's going to be runway 24. So we need to go to departure and arrival. And now it's runway 24. So that means I don't think we can do the MPAR arrival departure anymore. I don't think that we get to do that. Let's see. It's Woolsey and Emov. Thanks, JSG Droid. It's Woolsey and Emov. I should keep track of it over there. I'm going to click on that one and read it later because that sounds really cool. All right, we need to go. Thank you, JSG Droid. It's Woolsey 1. Okay, EMOV. And we're probably going to get a need to a re-clearance on this. Okay, WOLSE1. WOLSE1. Woolsey 1. And JSG Droid says we exit at EMOVI. EMOVI, and then after that, MAXM. We can go to Maxim there. Okay, that looks great. And that web page that Polyot said, it's over here. So this is the Miltech blog, and this is where you can get to see information on. Look at that, there's the U2. That's going to be a fun plane to learn. All right, let's go, and we need to fix this. So it's going to be Woolsey via EMOV and execute. Now we need to go and do legs, because that's going to be, so after Woolsey, EMOV, and then that should take us to Maxim, and out we go there. And execute. Okay. There was, let's see. I think there were more new world premiere announcements at FS Weekend than Expo. Really? JSG Droid, I need to call departure for the new clearance. I will get my clearance now. Thanks, JSG Droid. AZ says the weather sucks in Miami.
Patch PS 491. 491 reporting ready for taxi. Local for 491.
Havana approach, hello again from American Airlines 441. Still at stand 7 right now. We do have information Oscar aboard, and we see that there is a change in runway.
Weekend 441 Roger, it is information Oscar, surface wind 210 degrees 8 knots, QNH 1018. Advisor ready to copy your amendment.
American 441 is ready to copy amended clearance.
And 441 clear to Miami. The Woolsey 1 departure. Woolsey 1 departure. Emovi transition. Expect flight level 230 as your final. Squawk 3453.
American 441 is re-cleared to Miami Airport from the Woolsey 1 departure, Emovi transition. Our final cruise is going to be flight level 230. Our new squawk code is 3453 for American 441.
American 441 with back correct. Report and ready for push and start.
We'll give you a call for push and start. Thank you. And Captain Butters says...
You're welcome back.
Thank you. Captain Butters says there's an update, so we should update this airplane before we do the Minneapolis to Chicago flight. I know it. I would have rather have it another squawk number 3456, unless it would have been 8675309. That would have been good too. Broomy, we have live weather going on right now.
Terminal, hello, American.
Okay, let's see. All of this is in, but we've got to change our departure data over here now. I guess 8675309 is a little bit too long of a number for a squawk code, but hey, I'm good if we get to talk to Jenny on that one, so there you go. Okay, new runway 24. Let's see if it'll get this data over here. That looks good. Let's see. Let's get new weather. There's new weather, and we have to recalculate. There we go. Okay, 1018 is our new altimeter setting. All right. So let's see. Come on over here. Let's do performance in it again. All of this is not changed. The limits have not changed. Did the temperature change? Nope, still 47 degrees. Takeoff is still flaps 5. Trim is 21.6. That hasn't changed. Speeds 130, 139, 146. 130, 139, 146. Those have not changed either. I thought I'd get a lot more traction on my 8675309 joke. But Jenny isn't watching anymore, so there you go. Let's do Navigraph. And our new heading on the runway is going to be too small to read. 239. Got it. All right. I think we're ready to go now. CB Flyers says that's a joke from the 80s. Yeah, but, you know, it's still a good one, right? And besides, everybody knew that Jenny was pretty cool, so there you go. Professor Wooland is on a 3-stream streak. Welcome aboard. Brenton is back, too. Welcome back, Brenton. I think we're ready to go. Let's flip the generators over to the APU and hit the off button on ground. Let's come on over here, and we're going to go and do doors. And we're going to close the door and close our cargo doors. We're going to arm our doors for departure. And we're done on that page. Let's go to ground. I'm going to remove the jetway. I'm going to go disconnect ground power. I'm going to leave the nose wheel chocks in. Make sure my parking brakes are on. They are. We did get a new squawk code, 3453. 3453. Actually, I thought the audience was, the last time I kind of looked at numbers, I thought it was a little bit, not quite as ancient as you just said. And nose wheel, all that is clear. Everything's good here. Doors closed. Electric hydraulic pumps can go on. Okay, somebody who's new in chat wanted to see a little bit of GSX. Let's get GSXs going. Here's GSX and what it looks like. We're going to prepare for pushback and departure, number 5. Do I have a favorite island for the Caribbean? St. Bart's. St. Bart's. The 80s actually did rock. I think there was like really, really good music there. And besides, I'm much more ancient than the 80s, so there you go. The insult to me is worse than anybody else. Seatbelts. Shield pumps. Tim Dog is going to go to Mickey's Dining Car, and that was something that you saw in the Mighty Ducks and Jingle All the Way. Tim Dog, do you know what you want for dinner there? Lovely to see you using GSX. You're definitely getting it. It helps a lot with pushbacks. The default pushes you into the terminal in Zurich. GSX does that sometimes too. You've got to watch it. Bolt Railways, look over at flightsim.to for something called Pushback Helper. Pushback Helper it's on your desktop. You're going to be able to get it really, really fast. And that's going to be really helpful when if GSX has a nutty and freaks out. So it's something better. We're going to go nose right, tail left. Several things look good on the menu. Okay, let's start squawking. On. Squawkage is occurring. And everything looks good here. I'm just going to go back over to ground real fast. All of our ground connections are clear. All of our doors are closed and our doors are armed. All right, let's come on in here. Was Woolsey one in the flight management? You've got to be sure and change your runway. Change your runway. Never look at the menu and decide what you want before you arrive at a place. That is a guarantee to ensure that they do not have it available when you arrive. I thought that kind of crazy only happened in my world. Does that happen to other people too? I thought it was just part of my curse. But yeah, Senor Tomas, it was in the flight management computer. If it's not in yours, make sure your runway is switched to runway 24. Marty approach, hello again. American 441 stands Charlie 7 with Oscar requesting startup and pushback.
American 441, push and start approved, nose to the south.
Push and start approved, nose south for American 441. It happens to you all the time, really. I'm blown away. All right, everything's good. Beacon's going on. Beacon is on. Cabin call. Cabin call is good too. We've cleared all moorings. Parking brakes off. All right, sit up straight so you can punch buttons and...
Prepare 491 Havana terminal, radar contact, altitude checks, climb flight level 250.
Climb 250 for Cooper 491.
Okay, packs off. Ground start engine number 2. And it's the max, so we just turn on the fuel. Oh no, okay, so see, GSX is having a little nutty here. We're supposed to go the other way. So this is Bolt Railway Dog. This is why you keep pushback helper. I'm just gonna let it do its thing here because I think it's gonna straighten itself out in a sec. I think it'll straighten itself out in a second. And there's nobody here, so it's not like I'm gonna bump into anybody. Tim Dog has the usuals at restaurants. You look at the menu ahead to see if there's anything unusual. Well, it didn't put me anywhere that I wanted to be. Didn't put me anywhere I wanted to be. Okay, we got a good start on engine number 1. Let's start engine number... No, start on 2. We're going to start 1. Ground start. And fuel. And really cool engine start sounds. Smaller planes and a big hill at the end of the runway there, Justice. That's why I kind of like that one at St. Bart's. But St. Croix has a cooler spelling.
Clipper 491, report passing level 100.
Local Clipper 491.
Party approach, American 195.
American 195, taxi holding point Alpha, runway 24 via Echo and Alpha.
Holding point Alpha at runway 24 via Echo and Alpha. American 195.
These are the iFly sounds. And I believe that they had Boris doing these sounds for the airplane. So they do, it does come with Boris sounds.
491 direct Maxim, confirm.
Say again, 491.
Proceed direct to Maxim, confirm your direct to Maxim.
Direct Maxim, 491.
Havana Terminal, just wanted to double check for American 90927. We are the Woolsey 1, Woolsey transition, right? Not the MOB transition.
And negative is
I
Woolsey
did check
1
my reversers.
departure
I had to fix them, and I did,
transition.
Justice.
Echo Mike Oscar Victor India.
Echo Mike Oscar Victor India, MOB transition. Thanks, American 90927.
I'm going to spin the right way here. We're facing the wrong way.
4901.
Go for it, 491.
Santa Havana Center 124.55.
2455, KEYW.
Bye-bye. And 441, you ready?
Let's see. Havana approach. Hello from American 441. GSX pushed us facing the wrong way. We're spinning 180 degrees, but we are ready for taxi.
441, make a half standard 180 taxi. Delta Echo Alpha runway 24.
Delta Echo and Alpha. We're going to runway 24 for American 441. Delta, Echo, and Alpha.
American 195 report and ready. Surface wind 210 degrees.
I did on this one really fast. Hey, Clatton, breaking the rules, spinning. Yep, we're doing a little spin here. There we go. Looking good. Broomy, yeah, this is just default Microsoft Flight Simulator weather. I don't have anything special, and it is on live weather. Let's see, Nanite 12 says that the weather is getting awful. Hey, we're fearless sim pilots. We'll fly through hurricanes. No fear at all here.
In 195 enter the runway, line up and wait and clear for takeoff.
Line up and wait, clear for takeoff, runway 2.
Every Sunday at about this time, you can always count on VATSIM ATC here in Havana. And if you're kind of new to flight sim and stuff and new to VATSIM, this is an area that doesn't usually get a ton of traffic and stuff. So this is a really, really good place to go and consider doing first VATSIM flights if you'd like. You obviously should, listen a little bit here, but it's really pretty cool. The best weather for sim flying, right, MG?
195 report passing 1,500.
Polyot says this is a father and son. Yep, it's a father and son doing this. I've got this. Possibly, we'll see.
Havana Terminal, American 90927 is ready for push and start.
Okay, auto throttles are armed. It's going to be a VNAV, LNAV departure. Got those going. Actually, in Flight Simulator, I find that the wipers are more annoying to me than a really clean windshield. I don't know what it is about it, but in Flight Sim, the wipers drive me nuts. Nobody over there, and left turn to the runway. I didn't even see JSG Droid go out. The weather is so frightful. Clatton TV is spending the evening. You're painting your first livery. Really? I tried to paint a very, very simple livery once, and it was a disaster for me, so I gave it up. BV Hawk has had your first IRL flying lesson today. Hey, congratulations, BV Hawk. What was the best part for you today? What was the most fun? And again, we're going to do an update of this airplane after we land in Miami, because they just put out an update and they have some bug fixes. So we ought to do that. Hey, we even stayed in the center line too.
And departure, American 195 now 1,700.
BV Hawk landed at a classic car rally to refuel and then came back. It was nice weather and you got to see your local town. First flying lesson for BV Hawk today. Congratulations. It truly is the beginning of a great new adventure. It really is going to be a nice adventure for you.
American 195 radar contact 2600, climb flight level 250.
Now climb 250.
American 441, enter the runway, line up and wait, runway 24.
Runway 24, enter the runway, line up and wait for American 441. No update for Polyot yet. Maybe yeah, they're phasing it out or phasing the release out, rolling it out to different areas so that their server doesn't get crashed. I know, imagine that. Having an update coming out for Flight Sim that doesn't crash the servers. Got the strobes on.
Approaching 2-4.
Tim Dog got to help somebody doing a first flight on VATSIM today. That's great news. Congratulations, Tim Dog. I think that's pretty exciting to be able to do that. Their staff is not saying anything about updates over on Discord.
On runway 24.
American 195 and report passing flight level 100.
Report passing flight level 100.
Hawkopedia is back in chat on Twitch. Welcome back, Hawkopedia.
American 441, surface wind 210 degrees, 8 knots, runway 24, clear for takeoff. Report passing 1,500.
American 441, clear for takeoff, runway 24. We'll give you a call passing 1,500 for American 441.
Havana Terminal, American 99927 is ready for taxi.
American 99927, taxi hold point Alpha, 924 by Echo and Alpha.
Taxi to hold point Alpha via Echo and Alpha, American 9927.
Rotate. Positive climb gear.
And departure American 995 flight level 1.
And 195 direct maximum.
Now direct maximum for American.
American 195 contact Havana Center 124.55. Let them know you're direct to maximum.
124.55, but let them know direct maximum.
Havana, hello again. American 441 just passed 1,500.
Has been turned on. Please be in your seat with your seatbelt visible and fastened. Thank you.
American 441 Havana Terminal, radar contact, continue climb, flight level 230. Report passing flight level 100.
Continue the climb, flight level 230. We'll give you a call at flight level 100 for American 441. Melvin Leroy, it is stormy, but you know what? The airplane did need to be washed, so at least we got that taken care of. Flaps up. Speed brakes, auto brakes disengaged. 441 for a prediction. No, it's gonna be better than that. I've been putting butter all over the runway. I mean, there's been so much butter from my flights lately. Polly out, there's gonna be a butter shortage. There's gonna be a butter shortage soon. Standard altimeter. Passengers not getting much of a view outside the plane today. The Max is a butter machine. It seems to be. Seems to be. Polyot disagrees, and there are now yellow cards being handed out. Very probably to your captain. Holy moly, look at that. It's a VFR on top. Oh, there's always really good, unsportsmanlike behavior. Yes. Unsportsmanlike, insufferable behavior.
27 into the runway, not away.
Dim Realm, thanks for coming in. There was plenty of entertainment.
Surface wind 280 degrees, aggression 210 degrees at 8 knots. 210 degrees, 8 knots.
Ooh, getting a little bit bouncy out here today.
The surface
There
wind now
are some
210
bounces in the
degrees, 8 knots.
skies. And a really nice departure and nice clouds out there too.
American 441, right turn direct maximum.
Top clearance granted.
American 441 just passing flight level 100. We are now right turn direct maximum. Al X just did a really nice resub, almost a whole year. Hey, thank you for almost a whole year of support. Awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep my lights on here. Welcome on in. 10,000 feet landing lights. Taxi light.
American 441, confirm a direct maximum.
American 441 is direct maximum, passing 11,600.
441, contact Havana Center, 124.55. This flight's up and landing.
124.55 now for American 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
You too, Spy. See you next time. Bye-bye.
124.55. This is, like I said, if you're new to VATSIM and stuff, you hear how kind of calm the ATC is. This is a good place to come and learn if you're new. Havana Center, hi there from American 441, passing flight level 130 for flight level 230. We are direct maximum. Oh, you got to flip the frequency over. Havana Center, hi there, American 441, passing flight level 150 for flight level 230. We are direct maximum.
American 441, good evening, climb flight level 230, continue direct maximum.
Continue direct maximum, climb flight level 230, American 441. All right, I think this is good so far. Zoom.
American 2221, Baby Mayor Space, service terminated, 175.
Monitor advisor, American 2221. Bye-bye.
So long.
Back to VNAV. Let's see. It looks like maybe Miami went offline. Yeah, Miami looks like they're offline. There's ATC at Fort Lauderdale. We're on our own for Miami. That's okay. We've had very good ATC. So once we land in Miami, even though, let's go and see what kind of trouble we get into with seeing if there's an update and kind of go from there. We decided to go a little bit further, and it's a bigger jet, so not Key West. Off to Miami. They're having a special on alligator burgers and stuff. Polyat says probably not an update after all. Okay. Next is still Minneapolis to Chicago Midway. A flight that Tim Dog's taking tomorrow. Still noticing some bounces here. A little turbulence on this flight.
Charlie Romeo, after Unicorn Charlie Lima, FLIGHTDECK, Wolf 5 Bravo, arrival for runway 24.
Roger.
CTAF for Miami. Well, you got to do a period, not a comma. We'll need CTAF for Miami. It's 118.3. Maybe somebody is flying and it's late at night at their house. They don't want to wake anybody up. Maybe it's a spy not trying to blow their location. You never know. Seatbelts to auto. Off, 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 off. Strobe and steady, anti-collision, all the rest of the lights are up. It could be a stealth update. I think there's spies out there. And there's flight level 230. You know, there's also people that have had voice surgery and stuff. There's several people that fly on VATSIM that have had voice surgery, so we try to be as nice as we can.
American 19059 are leaving my airspace. They will terminate in monitor advisory.
Over to advisory, American 19059.
November 0, Charlie Romeo, second.
JSG Droid just got kicked over to advisory.
Via the Kabul 5 Bravo to flight level 170.
Hi Bashing, welcome in. Thanks for coming by today. We just did a nice departure out of Havana, and we're going to Miami, and we're going to do Minneapolis to Chicago for everybody that's leaving Expo. I am definitely looking forward to eventually, a couple of months from now or something, picking up some of those wing controls. They look really, really good. They look pretty awesome. Not really burning up the skies on this one, about 280 knots on this. Lots of water down there. Lots of water. Okay, we're done with that chart. I'm going to close that one. And I think at Maxim, that's where we get kicked over to Unicom. Advisory, you're not supposed to call it Unicom anymore. It's not Unicom. Captain Butters bought the MUHA AB6 stick. It's fantastic. It's good for brush and GA flying and helicopters. I think that everybody that's come in to chat talking about the MUHA flight stick has been very, very happy with it. The VATSIM police have been called. What did I do? I'm being very, very good.
American 441 about to leave Myers Space by a heavy 718 monitor advisory.
Advisory now for American 441. Thank you. Have a good week.
Oh.
122.8 and it, oh, because I called it Unicom. Gotcha. Yep, the VATSIM police going to be very upset about that. 118.3 is CTAF for Miami. Okay, let's see. Terminal charts. Let's see. We're hoping for 8 left. It's a localizer. And the localizer for 8 left is going to be 109.3. The inbound course is 092. There we go. And minimums are 440 feet. .440 all set. And final plunge altitude is 1,500. And that looks good. AvGeek is back in chat. Welcome aboard. I did not make it to Expo this year. Maybe if the economy gets a little bit better, we'll see. Okay, it's 4,000 at leg. Let's make sure that that looks good. Uh-oh. I don't have anything here. So, Maxim. We got to put stuff in. I'm missing a bunch of waypoints here. J-Box, Slipped, Connacht, Pamper, Sandbar. After Sandbar, it should be Haslam, Moira, and Leg. It doesn't have any of that. That's the arrival. So HASLM, HASLM after Sandbar. After that, it's MOREA, Moira, MOREA. After Moira, it's like LLEGG. And Auto ATC is bugging us. After Leg. Okay, so Leg's at 4,000 feet. Execute that. After that, what do we have? Haslam is 11,000 feet. Moira doesn't have anything. Okay, any speeds? Haslam is 250 knots. 250 knots at Haslam. All right, that looks pretty good. Now then, let's see how much trouble we're in. 6 miles to top of descent, and let's do 4,000. Oh boy, am I glad we just caught that at the last minute, didn't we? So 4,000 feet, and VNAV should take us down there. Now let's see if we get a transition. At poor Pa Boy. After Sandbar, Pobby. I bet we can just pop that in there and that'll be fine. And that should be the arrival in from that. So we're good. Let's see. AvGeek, absolutely loving the new iFlight EFB for sure. Probably not going to do Vegas this year. They just, you know, the economy has been hard on a lot of folks. So hopefully we stop this dive of death. Did you miss the waypoints? It doesn't put the waypoints in all the time. It doesn't do that right now. I think that's actually one of the bugs in the airplane at the moment. I'm not sure. Maybe I did something wrong, but I don't think so. JSG Droid had the same problem with this airplane yesterday. Do we not want one of the 26s? I got runway 8 left for arrival. Did they change it? I hope not. Is that what everybody else is doing? God, because I love putting it all in and changing everything. KMIA. That's what they had before. And then they went offline. Miami arrivals. They flipped the runways. Of course they did. Thank you. Yeah. They did flip the runways on us. All right. Okay, so we are hoping for 26 right. Let's plan for 26 right. Yeah, love it when that happens. Okay, got to get rid of that arrival, that arrival, that arrival. All right, let's go get them approaches. 26 right, 27 and 30. That's what we could get. We're hoping for 26 right. All right, let's come on over here and tubs. And that's what we got. Now we got to get this programmed in here. Yippee. Arrivals. 26 right. It's a localizer. We're still on the Sandbar arrival via Maxim. Did we want tubs? Yeah, let's put that in for now. Tubs. And that's good. I don't know if there's one for Crockett or not. All right, this is a big mess now. So let's see. Where are we going to? We're direct to slipped. Let's do direct slipped. Up. Let's go ahead and do heading hold. It took off and started doing whatever it wanted to. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Direct to slipped. And of course that's not in there. Why would it be? Yay. Okay. So on the Sandbar arrival. All right, where are we? There's J-Box, slipped is there. After slips, it's conic. C-O-N-C-K. There's conic, and that looks good. After conic, it's Pamper, P-A-M-P-R. I love it that we figured it out right after we got the whole thing plugged in. All right. And let's get LNAV going again. Okay, that looks good. Can I do a direct to slipped now? Direct slipped and LNAV. Oh, come on. Oh, man, are you going to be a brat to me? It does not on an intercept heading. Well, of course it doesn't. Okay, let's just get the rest of this in. Okay, where are we on this? After Pamper, SNDBR. Do we have Sandbar down here by any chance? No, of course not. Why would we have that? SNDBR, Sandbar. Pop that in. Okay, after Sandbar, it's going to be Roygo, R-O-Y-G-O, R-O-Y-G-O, and we have to do all of this manually. Yay! Okay, let's see. Coming up here, it's Royco is 13,000 feet. Royco. So slash 13123, 13,000 feet there. There we go. That looks good. Okay, after Roygo, it's dump, D-U-M-P-P. D-U-M-P-P, dump. After dump, it's FIFA, F-E-E-F-A. F-E-E-F-A, FIFA. After FIFA, it's Hildy, H-I-L-D-I. H-I-L-D-I, Hildy. Of course. And execute that. That's only 4 miles. That was the right one. After Hildy, okay, what do we got here? Hildy, it's jump above 8,000 feet. J-J-U-M-P. JJUMP. Sorry if you're telling me, no, Dave, do it this way. It's so much better in chat. But if I don't get it in, we're going to die. Reelin, R-E-E-L-N. R-E-E-L-N. I hear a Steely Dan song. And winner. W-N-N-E-R at 5,000 feet. W-N-N-E-R at 5,000 feet. Execute that. Slash 5123. That looks great and good. Now then, what can we get rid of here? I'm going to get rid of that leg. I don't need leg anymore. Let's pop that in. Now we've got tubs to get us in, so that looks really good. Let's see. You had Sandbar in your FMS. It didn't like it when I changed, though. All right, now we got some altitudes to pop in here. Roygo is 13,000. FIFA. Winter is at 6. We have a speed restriction, 250 at dump. 250 at dump. Okay. And we're off everything here. So, are you going to come over and we'll try and go direct to Pamper? And is ATC yelling at me about anything? No, there's no ATC to yell at me, so we're good to go here. All right, that looks good. Legs. Pamper. And execute. Pamper is good. Let's do this Pamper instead. Okay, it just took off on me. It just took off on me there to 14,000 feet. Camper, we're supposed to be at 280 and above flight level 230. Yay. Let's just go ahead. Okay, LNAV works there. Holy moly, unable cruise altitude. Fine. Okay, we're going to stop at 15,000 feet. Senor Tomas, we're all over the place, but I think we've got this thing finally cleaned up here. I think we've got it in. That looks good. And the ILS looks good. Now would be the perfect time for Miami to pop on and say, hey, guess what? We're changing the runways, because why not? All right, it should also be 280 knots, 280 knots. Okay, we're good to go at 280 knots. That's fine. We'll just do it that way. You're going to call the flight level 230 cops. That's right. Who needs kids? Yeah, I can yell at my airplane. Okay. Pampers, Sandbar, Roy, go dump. Jump, reel, and winner. And then Tubbs, it's going to be vectors after that. I'm leaving that route discontinuity and right there. Over to VNAV, and let's just leave it. We're doing this runway, and you're going to like it. Yes, ATC yells at pilots. Pilots yell at the airplane. Yep, that's what we do. That's what we do. So what was all that about? Obviously, the runway's changed. But one of the things that we're noticing on some arrivals in the new 737 MAX is it doesn't put it in very well. Sometimes it gets kind of messed up. And so at this point in time, I just had trouble. There was a problem. The plane wants to be pampered. It does. It absolutely does. Okay, we're good to go with all of this. And we got LNAV engaged. Now let's see if VNAV leaves us at 15,000 feet. It is. It's going to kick our speed up a little bit. Okay, that's fine. Over to performance. Landing en route. Read data. And all of that looks good. Flaps 30. Air conditioning on. Anti-ice off. Brakes 3. Reversers operational. No problems with the airplane. Load real world weather. Altimeter is 1018. And none. Runway is dry. And calculate. 149 is VRAF plus 5 knots. Okay. Miami ATIS says it's 3005. Okay, we're set. Okay, top of descent's coming up. And that's going to be 5,000 at winter. There we go, 5,000 at winter. I think we have duct tape and baling wire, but I think we fixed it and we're on the proper approach. Now let's see if we're going to run into any other airplanes, because you know what could happen there. I've got an American Airlines behind me. It doesn't look too bad, but I should keep my speed up. I should keep my speed up here. So I'm at 300 and change. That's probably pretty good. We'll keep it 310 or better, because there's a pretty big gap between me and the next airplane. Senor Tomas is going to go to runway 27. I'm staying on the north side of the airport because my arrival gate is on the north side of the airport, and so that's why I'm going on 26 right. Look ahead and below, and CTAF is 118.3. We're all good to go with 118.3. Winds are 210 at 8, scattered clouds at 3,500, scattered at 8,000, broken at 11, broken at 25,000. 26 degrees and 22. Doesn't look like it's going to be a foggy arrival. Ribbit, ribbit. Whew. I think I need to say, I need a beverage. I need a beverage. Okay, you know what we ought to do? We need to, before we depart out of Minneapolis, we need to make sure that the flight plan, is correct for Midway. Because if it's not correct for Midway and ATC pops on, it's going to be bad. Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. So let's get ready with Digital ATIS here and figure out what's ahead. JSG Droid, I'm ahead of you trying to get the changes in. And okay, so JSG Droid, your FMC didn't update correctly either, and you're doing the mad scramble. Oh my gosh, a brown ale from Newcastle, right? All right, what do we got for Midway? KMDW Midway. ILS runway 31 right is in use. ILS 31 right. Okay. Let's look at Minneapolis. Minneapolis says 30 left, 30 right. Okay. So we've got to make sure that the arrival is set, because with my luck, it'll blow up on us going in there. That's STP. So let's see, I would be on, I'm going to be on the north side of the terminal, so that would probably be 30 right, is what I would imagine. Only the initial point for the arrival straight for the initial approach fix. Really? I had to basically redo the whole thing. It was very cranky with me. It was super cranky. Okay, I think we're doing good here. And descent is good, and altimeters are checked and set. Let me update the next command. Let me give you a new next command here. Okay, the next command is updated. That's why JSG Droid uses the SEC flight plan. Not just because it's sexy, but because it saves a lot of pointing and clicking in your airplane, right? Okay, we got that set up. And there's a goose alert for us because, you know, geese. So now that all of this is done, we should do fixes. RW26 right. All right, opposite runway. Zero 092 and 5 miles. 10 miles, as if my map display were not already messed up enough. And 25 miles. Groovy. VNAV. Let's see. I believe the CYYZ ATIS in real life always says there's geese in the area. You know, it's probably, and that's probably a big goose town, so there you go. But I would imagine so, Dad, game time. There's always geese there. 10,000 feet. How about seatbelts? Good. Miami traffic, hi there. American 441's overhead Hildy, planning the sandbar arrival into runway 26 right, over to CTAF. Happy landings, Miami. Mr. Big Britches, that's probably why it's mentioned in this in the ATIS, because the geese are pooping. And they don't have poopy suits. Mr. Big Britches says geese are mean. They can be. Yep, you really do not want to goose a goose. Polyad says they're all mean. Do you have geese? Do you have geese problems in London? There's geese on Senor Tomas's bike trail. They're basically a violent street gang. That's pretty mean, Senor Tomas. I mean, you know, here when you're hiking around Montana and stuff like that, you have to carry bear spray. And I even had it, I think it's still on the back of my bike. Yeah, it's still on the back of my bicycle. I have a can of bear spray on my bicycle back when I lived on the west side of the state and used to ride around a little bit. I guess you have to have geese stuff. Goose stuff if you're on your bike, right? Polyak got bitten by a black swan at a monastery as a kid. So it was a religious experience. Swans are meaner in the UK because they know they're protected. They look cute, but the devil hides behind the eyes, for sure.
We'll be pulling the final approach to the station.
Roger, sir. We'll vacate the first high speed available. We'll call our clear of the active 3989.
Can't wait to see my working jetways at Miami Airport.
Miami traffic, Delta 223, we're 4.7, climbing, departing the area on the main area 3. Take care.
Dad Game Time says you refer to them as the Gestapo. Dream says you can spend 6 months in prison if you kill a swan in the UK. Really? That sounds awfully harsh. Then again, if they're protected and that's what the rules say, then that's what the rules say.
Miami traffic, United 9, 5 mile final, 261.
Oh, because they're owned by the crown. So if the geese are owned by the king, then, you know, you don't want to be messing around with the king stuff, right? Unless you have a TARDIS. If you've got a TARDIS, then that's another thing. All right, looking pretty good now. I just went and I'm now direct to, so there's nobody here, so I'm not going to make the final turn. I'm not going to make the final turn. You don't have to go near swans, just walk past a pond they're in and they'll chase you. They are, in the UK, the geese are violent street ruffians. Okay, I've got good CTAF here, so that's the next airplane on approach. So, continue down to 3,000 feet. I'm really getting nervous because at the moment we're getting, you hear the sound burping. I have a bad feeling about this. You will usually only get a fine. It's a Category 5 fine, so it's uncapped. The judge can give you a fine of any number if they see fit. Are you allowed to defend yourself if there is a goose attack or something? Or is that not something, you know, there's no justifiable, I'm sorry, it was gouging my eyes out? Okay, so you can defend yourself if the goose is really being mean. Okay, oh, well, of course. Localizer to 6 right.
Miami, United 9, fairly active taxi again.
Miami traffic, United, or American 1959, short final, 100 feet above ground, landing. Thank you, United 9.
I'm reducing my rate of descent. There was a swan at Cambridge that was given an antisocial behavior order, relocated because it used to attack the rowers. And then it flew back and carried on attacking the rowers. Oh my gosh. So for that swan, for that one, it was like, it was personal. 1093. 1093. Inbound now is 272. Okay.
Traffic, Silk West, 59, 51, taxi to 227 via spot 73, Sierra 3, Tango, cross runway 30 Tango, it'll be Quebec, Quebec.
Swans can get us Sobos? They're the OG flight simmers. Miami traffic, hi there, from American 441, making our turn to final. Runway 26 right, Miami. When Paulia was rowing in Cambridge, there were no mean swans attacking the rowers. Because if that happened, if they attacked the rowers, there could be a heck of a row.
Traffic,
Wow.
American 99.7
Sounded better in my
is
head.
making our turn to final for runway 27, still about 15 miles out, Miami.
And localizer is armed. No glide slope. Got to do it ourselves.
Delta gauge, maybe Delta 11 or 10 via my
There's 3,000 feet. We'll keep our speed up. There's an airplane semi-close behind me. You cannot blame swans. They evolved from pterodons. Really? Yes, a Sobo Swan coming soon to a theater near you. Produced by Steven Spielberg. Directed by George Lucas. Okay, it's going to be pterodons. So the P is silent. I decided a long time ago that, you know, when they do a silent P and stuff like that, that's to just pee people off. The Asobo swans were planted by Oxford. Okay, next altitude, 1,500. Let the airplane continue doing a little bit of work for us right now. Visibility is not so good. Oh, man, it's pretty bad. That's because they're so far behind in the boat race. All right, let's go down at about 700 feet per minute. And speed down to 180 till 5 mile finals. And we need some flap. Miami traffic, American 441 is now 10 mile finals for runway 26 right. We'll stay at 180 knots till 5 miles DME. Miami. How about wheels? We don't want to forget wheels now, do we? We want to go auto brakes 3. It's not the longest of runways. Arm the speed brakes for landing. And let's come on over here. I thought that P joke was really pretty good. You know, when it comes to those kinds of jokes, I'm kind of a whiz.
Miami traffic, American 9927 is on a 10 mile.
Oh, that sounded very close to the airline that must not be named. Okay, I think we're going to have to go autopilot off now. .144, let's call it 145 for landing. Flaps are good.
Traffic, still west, 59 if you want heavy, crossing runway 30 and Tango traffic.
Hi, Eagle Eye, welcome aboard. Okay, broke out of the clouds at about 1,500. We're a little high, obviously, and a little fast. Welcome to the spy flight.
6 right.
Got one red light.
Approaching
Two red lights.
400. Minimums.
Landing.
300.
Miami traffic, Southwest 5951, clear of taxi.
200.
Miami traffic, American 9927, the short final for runway
50,
27 last
40,
call, Miami.
30, 20,
traffic,
10,
Southwest 5951, we're going to
Reverse. Green. Manual braking. Miami traffic. American 441 is clear of runway 26 right, crossing 26 left, and taxi to American land. Broke out of the clouds at about 1,400 feet if you've got the white out on the clouds. Happy landings, Miami.
08, right.
Miami traffic, Southwest 5951, heavy, we're lining up and waiting, runway 27 traffic.
Miami traffic. American 441 is now clear of 26 left and taxi to parking. Cheers.
Miami traffic, American 9927, clear of runway 27, Miami.
Miami traffic, Southwest 5951, heavy, departing runway 27 on Casino, using glass 4 traffic.
Okay, we are going to gate, and it's right here at the end of this. Okay, so we're going to gate D12. And I missed all sorts of dinosaur chat today. Because, you know, gotta do airplane stuff. And autopilot disengage bar is back up. APU is popping on. Flight directors are going off. Let's go to transponder there. And we can't wait to see working jetways here. Watch, I probably messed something up and the working jetways aren't going to work. Unstable, go around, unstable. It wasn't that unstable. I mean, it's a little gusty. There's thunderstorms. We broke out of the clouds late, but we managed to land. It was only 246. That's not so awful. It also was not one of the longest of runways, too. So the big goal for me on this one was to touch down at the touchdown point. It was to get the touchdown point. Polyot is ready for the MK Studios Miami, as long as the jetways work.
1900, 5000, last call, Travis.
As long as the jetways work. The first time. I think it's like coming up right up here. D12. I said D12. That's the gate. Holy moly, we chose the right gate. Ooh, you know what we could do? Polyot said I was cheating last time. So we ought to get GSX to get D12, and that way we get gate guidance going in. All right, we'll have gate guidance now. No reason to use the cheating thing, right? We established you have a mirror. Oh, it's the mirror on the selfie stick. That's right. Gotta have a selfie stick. Next flight is Minneapolis to Chicago Midway. So I wasn't cheating after all. I was being a good pilot. My halo continues to be untarnished. D12, taxi light off. Parking brakes. APU Jennies. Engines. Stop squawking. Let's do a couple of fuel pumps. Let's slide over here and get the APU bleed on and the isolation valve. We don't need the electric hydraulic pumps anymore. We're going to turn off navigation. And all that looks good. Seatbelts can go off. Seatbelts are off. Anti-collision can go off too. Come on over here. Let's go and do the door page first and disarm the doors. Doors are disarmed. Cargo can open now. Let's come over here and go to ground, jetway, and ground power, and shocks. Holy moly, look at that. We've got, hi IQB, welcome in. Look at that, we've got a really groovy jetway that works here in Miami. How about that? Miami jetways. And let's see, did it it should automatically open the door with the jetway. Yep, it did. So we made it. And it wasn't too bad except for, you know, all the crazy stuff here. Let's see how bad it was. This was my main goal. So this runway that I was on is one of the shorter runways in Miami. So I was trying to hit the touchdown bars. That was more important than butter on the runway. But we still got a minus 246 and 1.6 G, so that's not so bad. That's not so bad. That's not bad at all. Polyot says, I require the power of a Saturn V rocket to get the MD-11 moving. Yep, you do need to get that. It does not do a thrust idle taxi in any way, shape, or form. It does need that for sure. Let's reset. We'll also check the rumor. Polyot said that there isn't one, but let's recheck the rumor that there might be an update for our next flight. Senor Tomas had a minus 404. Probably due for a back massage. You know what? That might be nice. Or a little trip to the hot tub or something like that. Might be nice too. Hot tubbing. All right. Have we got this off? We do. Let's go and try the iFly Manager and see if there's anything. Polyot says nothing in Polyot's Manager. Let's see. Is there anything in mine? Nope. I don't think so. So there was no there was no update. Maybe somebody heard that it was going to come out soon, but it's not there yet. Captain Butters, well, here's American 2017 coming in from LA, and we got an Envoy flight coming in from Key West. Okay, let's see. Let's go up here and see what's going on. It's Sunday, doesn't have to be a ton of ATC. Fact is, if there's none, that's all right. We can just call it a chill flight. We've got CTAF. We already know what's going on in the real world, so that should be just fine. Nothing at Midway right now. We do know that the real world Midway is landing on 3-1 right. And over here in the Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport, we're going to go to United Land and take off on 30 right. So that should be just fine. Let's start the sim. Hi, Diamond Mike. Thanks for coming in today. You had a nice day at the pool with your kiddo. Welcome back in. It's great to hear that. Welcome, welcome. I think I did pick up the Phenom because everybody was excited about it, but that, I'm afraid, was one of those airplanes that I'm probably not going to touch. Maybe again, I'm not sure. JSG Droid, Minneapolis to Chicago Midway. So southwesting here. Oh, southwest. We can't. Southwest is over here. So we should actually plan on runway 30 left for departure. We're not doing United. It's a Southwest flight. And Southwest is down here at the new terminal down south. Okay, that looks good. Let's do our flight plan. New flight. And it's SWA, flight 441. Our departure is KMSP, taking all those crazy flight simmers home. KMDW Midway. We're going to be in a 737 MAX. And we're going to do a Southwest. There we go. It's going to be in pounds. We're expecting 30 left and 31 right. That's good. I'm going to board 15 minutes of fuel. There's no ATC. It's going to probably stay offline. So that's pretty good. No big long taxi out, I'm guessing. Maybe we'll give it another 5 minutes for the taxi out. How about 20? 15 going in. It's Midway. And generate flight. Captain Butters is now doing mostly GA and biz jets right now. Have you got a favorite, Captain Butters? Is it the Phenom, or do you like one of the other ones? Polyot says, yeah, the minute I go and say something like that, you're absolutely right. It'll be totally full of airplanes and huge, massive delays. Huge, massive delays. Well, at that point, we'll do what JSG Droid had to do yesterday, and we'll do a single-engine taxi. Because that's just the way that works. Okay. Minneapolis to Midway. New title, and great. Low-vis is in the Phenom, but you mostly fly that new Learjet and the TBM. Polyat, just do AAR. Okay, let's pre-file on VATSIM. Flight level 330. That sounds like a perfectly logical flight level for about a 1 hour flight. Somebody's flying. Okay. Of course they are. Edit. I could shift over to United, but United doesn't go to Midway, and I wanted to go to Midway. So I'm not going to remember my flight number. Okay. Looks good. Well, we've got a second. The U2. So there's some pictures of real airplanes they're working on. Comments. It's people asking for, I guess, special liveries. But Miltech is going to make the really, really cool spy plane, the U2. I've been kind of wanting one of these in the sim for the longest time. I figured we would never get one because it's an active spy plane. They're using it for spy missions right now. So maybe that was one of the reasons why nobody was going to have the information to put together a proper simulation. But Miltech's going to make us a spy plane. The SR-71, I don't know. I never found a good one. That's right. You can only use publicly available information. And if you've got a plane that you're using for spy missions, you're not going to have a lot of public information out there, are you? I mean, unless you're like, stupid. But you just, wouldn't do that sort of thing. It's like telling people that you've cracked their code. You don't tell people you've cracked their code. And you go out of your way to make sure they don't know that you've cracked their code. Okay, this looks good. Let's go to start. There was something called the World of, there was a situation called World of Tanks, really? It sounds like something bad happened. That's right, they might have data. The Russians might have some good data on the U2, right? Southwest Airlines, 189 seats. Hey, I wonder if I've got my Southwest set up correctly. Let's look here. Saved airplanes. Southwest. The Max 8, it says 189 passengers. 189, we've got it set up correct. How about that? We got the right number of passengers. You'd be surprised more is public than you think. Moose has started a post-Expo stream. Oh, really? Tim Dog. Martel's going to call it a night. Good night, Martel. Thanks for coming in. Hope you had a good weekend. Catch you next time. We'll see you later. It's a tank simulator, and a guy in their forums had a security clearance and accidentally used classified information to win an argument. Oh, really? Okay, that's like a really dumb thing to do. The minute you start accepting clearances, you don't do that stuff. KMSP. Minneapolis, St. Paul. It happened a lot. DCS had a situation with the Apache documentation. Ooh, really? It's a legitimate strategy. Make the most of it public, and suddenly bad actors lose their interest thinking they have everything, when in reality you kept the real say. Oh, okay, so if you're putting out, information to mislead, then yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's like a very, very light glider with a monster jet engine and a big gas tank, right? How about... Okay, we're good. Let's just wait for the map to click in. CTA Connecticut Aviation says the U2 is super tool. It is a cool airplane. I don't think I want to do one of those big monster long engine missions that they do. Happy Sunday. Wolfie's here. Wolfie, getting ready to depart out of Minneapolis down to Chicago Midway. We're helping flight simmers get home from Flight Sim Expo. Diamond Mike is going to be back in the A350. Happy landings. All right. Start. The Apache documentation was sourced from Russia. Okay, we got a second to wait here. Diamond Mike, I just checked there wasn't an update for mine. And this is the new terminal for Southwest traffic at Minneapolis. They have a whole building for them. I'm just waiting. Usually about 30 seconds is about all it takes for it to settle down and stuff. Let's get V-Pilot. Here comes V-Pilot. And connect. Now we are SWA, Flight 441. We're still a 737 MAX. And connect. Hey, one of the things that maybe we could do next week. Nope. It's 445. Somebody's flying 441. There we go. See, I already forgot. Now that we've got this really nice MAX, we could do a Ryanair 2-hop and do the Ryanair 25-minute turnaround. We could try the Ryanair 25-minute spin. Okay, we're good. Yep, already forgot 445. Let's get on Elevate X. Poliot says it's going to be a 30-minute spin if it's the MAX. All right, Elevate X is engaged. And that's because there's more passengers on the MAX. Jim wants to do Stansted to Dublin. Poliot, is that a good, where would we go after Dublin, Jim? So if we were going to do, because we need a 2-hop for a Ryanair 30-minute turnaround in the MAX. That's nice and short. We could do the spin and go back to Stansted. So our first flight on Thursday could be the Boeing 38M Stansted Dublin Stansted. And that's going to be the RYR 30-minute spin. Okay, I've got that written down, so plan on that being our first flight on Thursday. Captain Butters says go to Iceland. Reno, Elevate X. So we were just giving it a try. And like Poliot said, better system and better features for streamers. It's working pretty good for us. All right. got that set. That'll be fun. So basically I'll have a 30-minute timer. And so let's see, Polyot can tell us, when does the 30 minutes start? From the minute your wheels touch down, from the minute you shut down your engines at the gate? When would that happen? Jim, we could land in Luton. If it's a spy flight, we could land in Luton. So we got to figure out the right time when you shut down. Okay, so from the time our engine shut down, that's when you start your 30-minute timer, and you have to be, I believe, pushing back in 30 minutes for the Ryanair 30-minute turn. Okay? That's what we're shooting for our first flight on Thursday. But if you're going to do it, you have to follow all the flows and simulate the walk around and a briefing. Oh, man, there's no way I'll do it. If I have to do all the flows and the walk around and the briefing, even if I'm wearing boxers and not briefs, I can't do the briefing too. It'll be a 90-minute turnaround. But yeah, you're right. Those pilots are the miracle workers, right? That they can do it. Without that, you can have it set up in 10 minutes. Not really with this airplane. I think I have to do a little bit more work. Ground services. Ground power. Jetway. Cargo. It'll take care of my front door. You also have to enter the route manually in the FMC. Okay, let's try and do that this time. So there's this thing you do in this airplane. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Navigraph, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to import my SimBrief flight into the EFB. That's probably okay to have it in the, but there's no import from SimBrief IRL, so challenge accepted. We're going to try and do it. We're going to try and do it the real way this time. So let's do terminal charts. Okay, we want gates and the SID, and I need my flight plan. JSG Droid says this is a bit off topic. What does everybody think of Annika Niles as the new drummer for Rush? I think it's based on performance. You know, can the drummer do the drumming up to the standards of the band? I mean, if Annika Niles can be the drummer for Rush and she's awesome, then rock and roll. You know, I won't say country and western or, you know, classical and baroque, but if she's doing a great job and she could do it, I think it's great. You know, if it's somebody that's young and gets to do something new and be awesome, I think that's awesome. Hey, Star Lugo, I hope I said hi when you came in. Welcome aboard. Okay, so it's the RST 1 departure. It's the Rochester 1 departure. That's Rochester 1. Dim Realm, you'll never be able to replace the originals. But the problem is people get old and die. You know, and you just can't do things anymore. And just can't do any things anymore. So, you know, if it was time for the drummer to hand the drumsticks over to somebody else, then again, if she can handle it, then she gets the job and she gets to, you know, she's awesome. Okay, all of that looks good. I'm just getting everything stacked up in the right way. Oh, sometimes when you push the buttons, it doesn't click. There we go. I'll followed her with Jeff Beck as well. Amazing with them too. What's cool is having Rush touring again. That is cool. It's good that they're back in the limelight. You knew that was coming, right? Speedbird went to London this weekend, and you were listening to French songs on a train. Your brain did not switch to English because I caught myself saying pardon when trying to get through a crowd of people. I think it's cool that you're bilingual. I think bilingual is awesome. Okay, the arrival is going to be the ND8 arrival. ND8. We want to make sure that we do this correctly now, and it's ND8 via Aomori. Aomori takes us in here. 7,000 at ND. We're coming in on runway 31 right. It's going to be putting us out at Gaga. So 6,000 at Stinky. And Gaga is over here. Okay. Let's see. Oh, bilingual. Okay, I got it. I'm missing some chat. I'm starting to rabbit hole here. Senor Tomas started learning Japanese. And you sometimes do Spanish words into Japanese. I worked with some people when I was at the TV station in Texas. And they were bilingual. And they would switch English, Spanish, and everything else really good. I mean, they would do that all the time. It was kind of hilarious to watch. Let's see. ILS 31 right. ILS 31 right. So if we come out at Gaga, sometimes when you click it, it doesn't kick up. Okay, do we pick it up at Gaga? No, there's going to be a break, and it's hills into 31 right. Okay, so we know that. That's good. And taxi charts, we need airports. And I bet we have parking gates down here. Parking spots down here. Cool. All right, Andy. Gaga. 31 right. Airport 31 right. Exiting hotel, we got to cross the others. And my guess is it's all over here at the Alpha Concourse. Okay, good to go. All of this looks great. Now we have to make sure that it's set up correctly. I do not have the altitude yet. I don't have any of that yet. Okay, so now then. I can't do the load in. So all that's there. There's a payload and balance thing that I can load the airplane with here like this. So maybe this is how I would do it. But let's get the airplane turned on first. So power on the plane. APU. Probe heaters are automatic in this airplane. Nav and nav. A little backlighting here. Good. And everything's good up here. Panel brightness on this one. And we need to do brightness over here. And over here. All right, so we can't load it the other way, so we've got to load it this way. So FMC, navigation data, we normally do this one, so position in it. We are at Minneapolis, KMSP, Minneapolis, St. Paul. We are at gate Charlie 7. No, those were the last airports. That was the last one. We are at Hotel 7. We're at Hotel 7, and we're going to one of the Alpha gates. So it's Hotel 7.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Let's see. Bolt Railway Dog just followed. Thank you. You got to call it a night. Thanks for flying. We'll see you on the next one. Appreciate the follow. We've got a flight, a couple of flights tomorrow, starting at 1800 Zulu, and then our next flight is Thursday, 1800 Zulu, where we're doing that Ryanair hop. And I'm really hoping to have a cold and dark video on this airplane by the end of the day on Tuesday. We'll see. I tried to do that last week, and it was a disaster. Thanks for coming in. Have a great evening. Route. All right, Minneapolis, St. Paul. We're going to Midway, KMDW. KMDW, Midway. Our flight number is Southwest, SWA, Flight 441. Now, we're not going to do flight plan request on this. So we got to have our flight plan over here and page 2. Okay, our first waypoint is RST. RST. Rochester, we'll just do the VOR. After Rochester, it's Ohmy, O-H-H-M-Y. O-H-H-M-Y. Ohmy. That's it. That's flight plan. 445. Oh, I did it again, didn't I? SWA, SWA, flight 445. What's that one song? I forget who did it. Whoops, I did it again. That's going to be me. Who did that? Did I just quote a real bubblegummy song? Okay, that's it. Activate and execute. Okay, with that, let's come up here and turn APU bleed on and packs on. Make our customers comfy. Did I just quote a Britney Spears song? I just did okay. I don't think I have any songs by Britney Spears, but you know, whoops, I did it again. All right, let's come on over here and try and put this in. So what we're going to do is, I have no idea. We can read from the flight plan. Maybe they would do read from the flight plan here. Read from the sim brief OPF. Let's do that. Okay, so the pilots wouldn't be doing this. So we could load our airplane this way, right? Okay, so loading the airplane this way, 181, that's correct. Fuel is 14,494. Fuel is, it's in kilos. We don't want kilos. We need to be in US mode. My airplane, US system. Did I do the flight plan in kilos? I did it in pounds. I did it in pounds. Yeah, I loaded it in pounds, but the plane's in kilos. Oh, okay. Metric. US system. Let's see. Wolfie says it's a good party song. Whoops, I did it again. Okay. All right, nothing in there. It looks like everything else is set up the right way in here, but for loading the plane, it's loading this in kilograms. Well, that sucks. Should be in pounds. I'm going to assume that this is right. But this shouldn't be here like this. There's two places, so I changed it over here in my plane, but I bet I have to do it in settings here too, right? Units. Fahrenheit, speed, weight, pounds. There we go. There's pounds. Let's put it in there. Okay, that's right. Polyot's right. You had to do it in 2. Let's go and make sure that our numbers are correct in payload. So fuel is 1449. That's correct. Passengers are supposed to be 181. That's correct. And cargo is at 7.9. That's close. Okay, so yeah, you got to do it 1 for the EFB and 1 for the airplane. Good. And we're loading the plane, and this is good. So now then, you could send it to the CDU. I don't think we should send it to the CDU. The pilots wouldn't do that, right? The pilots would put that in manually. So we're going to put it in manually. Let's make sure the airplane's in pounds, and it is. Okay, cool. So we're loading the plane correctly. Let's do departure and arrival. Our departure is going to be runway 30 left, 30 left. And we're doing the Rochester 1 departure. We're not doing the transition and engage. The CG looks a bit like a coffin. Well, you know, if it does, then that's going to be a rather grave issue. Man, what a killer sense of humor today. The audience is dying. Sorry, just you said the wrong thing. That was good. Let's go. Okay, ILS is 3-1 right. We're doing the ND8 arrival via Aomori. Gleam and Mills. I don't think we want either one of those. I don't think we want either one of those. After ND, it's Gaga. I don't think we want either one of them. I don't think we want to do either one. It would be dad game time. It's just so easy to get buried in your work as a funeral director. Okay, so I don't think we want either transition. Cool. Now then, here's an important part. Legs. Yeah, I did the leg joke again. Okay, we need to verify this. So fight, Phobug, and Doctor. Because this thing is blowing off waypoints right and left, especially on the arrival, and we can't handle that. So let's go ahead and take a look. Farmington, Phobug, Doctor, and then it's going to be Cordy, Rochester. Cordy, Rochester, oh my, then Ugly and Johnson. So now we got to go to the other one and make sure the whole thing is in there. Otherwise, it's going to be crazy. So, over here at oh my, Ugly, Johnson, Agony, Chump, and Purdy. Let's make sure that those are in. Agony, Chump, and Purdy, and a couple of waypoints in there. After that, it's after Purdy, it's achoo, and then Kooks, Jills, and Tamara. Kooks, Jills, Tamara, and Endy. Endy. That looks good. Then it's going to be Stinky. It's Stinky, Winners, and Gaga. After Endy, it's Stinky. Oh, look at this. It changed it. It's after Stinky, it's not there anymore. It didn't have them in there. See? Hey, Big J Plays, welcome aboard. I think you'll enjoy the PMDG. Thanks, Senor Tomas. I was just being funny with the waypoint. We've got to put in these 2 waypoints. After Stinky, WNNRS. WNNRS, because it totally blew those off. After Winners, Gaga, GAGGA. GAGGA. And I'm going to leave the route discontinuity in there because I think Runts is our first waypoint over here. No, it didn't. Okay, there's Runts and Hobel. So let's put in Hills and Gleam. HILLS. I'm going to put that on top of that. And then I'm going to put in the other one. GLEAM. And that goes before Runs. All right. And let's put that in there. And execute that. Those are these other waypoints that were a part of this, and I want to make sure, especially if ATC doesn't pop in. Okay, so it's 5,000 feet and 240 knots at... No, that was supposed to... I didn't get Hills in. Maybe Hills is up here. Hills. Let's put in Gleam here and go there. All right, at Hills... That's the one where we need that. Hills is 5,000 feet and 240 knots. 240 knots and 5,000 feet. And that goes in there. Also, we need to make sure Winners is in. It's going to be 4,000 feet at Gleam. And let's pop that in. Now we need to put in Winners. We need to get the Winners one in. And Winners, let's see, 6,000 at Stinky. Winners and Gaga doesn't have anything. So it's 6,000 feet and that's all there is. Okay, we figured that out. Let's see. JSG Droid, my flight plan was correct. Go figure. Still get a copy into secondary. Mine wasn't. Did we get something different? The hills are alive with the sounds of zombies or something for sure. And Dad Game Time is stuck with Say Intentions in Atlanta. Okay, all of that, our flight plan is now complete. So mine's good, but let's go over here. Route. And now we got to do performance in it. So we got to do this ourselves. Our cruise altitude is going to be 33,000 feet. 33,000 feet. Our cruise winds are 279 at 55. Our temperature deviation is 6 degrees. Our cost index is 53. Our reserves are 5.57, so 5.6. And now we have to come over to this other groovy new page here, the payload page, and get our zero fuel weight. Our zero fuel weight is 140, oh, I can't tell, 142.4, which is spot on from the flight plan. So 142.4. 142.4 is our zero fuel weight. And execute that. Now with that, let's come on over and do our performance for departure. Performance. I'm going to get the data in. I'm just going to do that. 30 left. That looks good. It's dry. I'm going to do flaps 5. AC is on. Anti-ice is off. Now, Tim Dog says, as Southwest flight, your takeoff rating is supposed to be, your takeoff rating is TO. So you don't derate on that. I'm just going to leave the temperature at max. The center of gravity is set. Let's get weather. Weather is loaded. Let's come over here. Can I go from pressure, inches of mercury? That's what we want. To 9.98. We got a squawk code. Our squawk is 3035, but we need CTAF. 3035. Let's get CTAF because we're in the US. .CTAF. Minneapolis, St. Paul. Minneapolis is 126.7. I'm going to put this over in chat in my notes. And let's go in and get Midway just in case. CTAF, KMDW. Midway is 135.2. I'll put that into chat if you want that too. Okay, 126.7. 126.7. Well, we're doing a little more rabbit hole on this airplane. And 122.8. Now we'll see if the airplane actually flies or we go crashing and burning into the ground. Initial climb and maintain. Oh, I don't remember what that was. Let's calculate speeds and get that done, and we'll get a climb and maintain soon. Calculation failed. Takeoff N1 cannot be calculated. Really? My N1 cannot be calculated? Jet's top is 7,000 feet. Thanks, Senor Tomas. Maybe we need to maybe we need more flaps. Maybe I need flaps 10. I'm going to try a D rate too. Uh-oh, it doesn't like us. Real weather. Takeoff. It's dry. Heading. 30 left. That's correct. Flaps 10, AC on, anti-ice off. Takeoff weight 156.7. That's actually spot on too. Well, this is a problem. Let's clear it and try it again. Maybe I changed things in the middle. Okay, so MSFS data. Thank you for that, Senor Tomas. It's dry. Okay. Flaps 5. AC on. Anti-ice off. Takeoff rating max. We'll leave those alone. Get the latest real world weather. There's weather. Let's see if we get lucky. Hey, okay. Probably what happened is because I changed some parameters in the settings. That's why it didn't work. It works now. Yay, we get to take off. So let's see. It's going to be takeoff and 49 degrees. 49 degrees and takeoff. Now, Tim Dog said that what they'll do, though, is they'll do takeoff is your takeoff, but then they'll climb at -2. I'm going to leave it alone this time, but I think that that's what they do. So, flaps. 5. Center of gravity, 22.1. Speeds, 141, 143, 153. 41, 143, 153. 153 up here. 153. 7,000 feet. Thank you, Senor Tomas. 7,000 feet. Good. Runway heading. Okay, all of that's good. That worked out. Yay. Runway heading here is going to be too small to read. 301. Altimeter, speed, flight director's going on. You can move the EFB. I've actually got it here and it seems to be fine. Now let's see if we have a turn after departure. No. It's just runway heading, then vectors back to Farmington. Okay, is everything good up here? Let's do ground power off. APU generators on. Let's close the doors and leave. 330, it automatically did that. Okay, great. Let's come on over here and close our doors. Close the left entry door, close the cargo doors. Arm our doors for departure.
Minneapolis traffic, Southwest 927.
Ground services. I'm going to remove the jetway. I'm going to remove my main wheel chocks, but leave the nose chocks in, and we're done with ground power. Let's look down here. Parking brakes are on. I'm going to remove that chock, and we're now clear of that tab. Click the tablet holder, and it moves to the above the flight management computer. Long as it doesn't have that freaky hand like the other airplane. I think the PMDGs have this really freaky disembodied zombie hand or something like that. That's really weird. Let's go ahead and get GSX to push us back. Prepare for pushback and departure. And we'll just do that. Did they remove the hand? Really? I remember when I first saw it, I thought, ew, that's just...
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Doors closed, seatbelts going on. Hydraulic pumps going on. Rest of our fuel pumps going on. Everything else is looking good here. All right, everything's good. And we did not do the import all the flight data into the airplane. I feel like that makes us flight sim pilots of nerves of steel today. Nerves of steel. How about that? Polyod says that the zombie hand is gone. Or maybe you had, there was a mod to remove, that's right, Thing. It was Thing from the Addams Family. They had to get Lurch to do that. You could put it on the window in the 777. I think in PMDG you can move it to all sorts of places, Sloth Man. But if, you know, we probably didn't know that going out, right? Okay, starting to squawk. Squawking mode, Charlie. Got a Sun Country over there and nobody over there. My guess is
Southwest 9927 is lining up and waiting.
thing was coolest in the
30
Adams
left.
family. I actually thought so. Straight push, Faust facing southeast. It looks like that's what they do here at this airport.
Release parking brakes, please.
Are we ready to go? I think we're ready to go. Beacon. Let's go.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Packs off. Ground start engine number 2. Engine number 2 starts.
Southwest 9927 departing on runway 30 left to the south, Minneapolis.
Fornax says, okay, there's a fix for the arrival. Fornax, thanks. I'm going to copy what you said. Hang on.
Please set parking brakes.
All right, I'm just copying what you said in notes, and I'm going to try that and see if that works. Thanks, Fornax. So, missing waypoints on the arrival transitions. Fix selected arrival, then runway. Not runway, then arrival. So, arrival first, then do the runway? Dad Game Time says toilet paper. Have you tried that yet, Fornax? Did it work for you? Fryok is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. We're just getting out. Try it not to. Okay, so I need to try it. I just put in my arrival for this for this flight. But I I'll save those in my notes for tomorrow, and we'll try it and make sure it works. Hey Carol, welcome aboard. Good to see you, Carol. Thanks for coming by today. So far, so good. You went to the box to the top of the Disney concert, and you left the place. Oh, really? So you went to the Disney concert. Oh, okay. I get it, Lou Roll. All right. I was trying to figure it out, Dad Game Time. I think it went totally over my head. Will from online. Hello and welcome to you. And what do we got here? This... Something is weird with GSX. I mean, the GSX tug is driving like all over the place. Okay, I don't know. All right, let's get the packs back on. Let's get the generator on.
More agents joining this
Flights with Joel is in with a nice raid. Hi there, Flights with Joel. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. Good to see you. Classic GSX, right? Yes, the tug is taking off. Welcome in, I Shoot Bandits. Marcos came in too. Flights with Joel. We're just getting our little airplane ready to go here. We're doing a cute little flight here for people going home from Expo. All right, this looks good. Good evening, Beethoven. There's Joel. Thanks for coming in today. Thank you for the nice raid. Flaps 5 for takeoff. Auto brakes to RTO. Senor Tomas has departed and says, watch out for spy balloons. Shall we go? And taxi light. Continuous restart. Parking brakes. And let's go. Yeah, sometimes the tug spazzes out too, doesn't it, Dad? Game time. There's the tug. Look at the tug. The tug's over there in the taxiway.
Midway traffic, Southwest 1959, holding short.
What the actual F is going on with the GSX tug over here? See, it's freaking out over there. There's the tug. I don't know what's in their beer can, but I'm glad I didn't buy that beer. That was bad. Minneapolis traffic, Southwest 441's coming out of Terminal 2. Taxiway Disco and Whiskey heading down to runway 30 left. Minneapolis. I recently was watching a doctor who I've seen before, and the good doctor was leaving a message on Clara's iPhone and says, "It's me, Dr. Disco." Dad Game Time is doing that Fifth Dimension song. Was that 80s? Oh, that was the host of the 80s. That was like 60s and 70s, I think. Maybe magic mushrooms in the beer can. I don't know, but something was really, really strange. Really super strange about that. Got a big old Delta, Delta, Delta. Can I help you, help you, help you over there? Okay, so if we did all the weight and balance right and everything, this should be a nice flaw-free flight. Say that 3 times fast. Okay, anybody over there? Nope. Anybody over there? I don't see anybody. Let's continue. Let's come over here. Flaw-free flight. Say that, yeah.
Minneapolis traffic, Southwest 1959, we are departing runway 30 left, departing to south. Minneapolis.
So we're going to see JSG Droid right there on the runway ahead of us. There's JSG Droid. We have the binoculars working. And a nice departure for JSG Droid. All right. Let's come on over here to the departure. Now, what we need to do is make sure nobody's on arrivals here. So, we've got United 225 coming in. Says they're diverting. Okay, so we got this one's coming in on our runway right now. Anybody else? Nope, nobody else. Nope, there's an American too. So we got to keep an eye out on 2 airplanes here. Got to keep an eye out on 2 airplanes. Okay, we got a United. I don't think they're on CTAF right now. Looks like we've got another Delta too. So after this United comes in, they're over the river right now. Hi, Jerome. Did I say that right? Welcome aboard. Okay, I see the airplane. We're going to line up and wait. Sadly, none of these people are on CTAF talking to us. There's the United. Because I really need them to be on CTAF to tell us, hey, they're getting ready to, they've vacated. And that American's coming in pretty quick. So we're going to hold for the American, and then we'll line up and wait and go. Senor Tomas, not everybody's gotten the memo. I think it's a case of not everybody knows what to do. All right. We're going to look for that American over there. They're over on 122.8. Yeah. So after the American, Minneapolis traffic, Southwest 441, holding short of runway 30 left, waiting for the arriving American Airlines, then we'll line up and wait. Minneapolis. Minneapolis traffic, Southwest 441 is holding short of runway 30 left. Holding short, we'll line up and wait after the landing American Airlines. Minneapolis. There they are. Strobes. Go. Just did the throttles up halfway. The takeoff config check is good. Senor Tomas, I thought that the best announcements were the A220. I'm excited about that one. The announcement about the 707, that looks really good. I thought that the getting to see the actual overhead panel that everybody's excited about is looking really, really good. So I think that that's looking really nice. Okay, landing lights. And also Katie Pilot's electronic flight bag. They're almost clear. Throttle up. Here we go. Takeoff thrust. Rotate. Minneapolis traffic, Southwest 441 is clear of runway 30 left, departing to the south and the east. Over to advisory. Happy landings,
400.
Minneapolis.
500. 1,000.
'Right turn to left turn to 180 should do it. Flaps 1. Nice views out of Minneapolis today. That's a pretty good looking neighborhood down there. Some good highways and a nice lake. You know, I don't want to be, but almost kind of. I think it was good for people to get together, but yeah, it could have been an email almost. I don't want to rain on anybody's parade though. Direct to Farmington. LNAV. Continue the climb to 33,000. There's Minneapolis. This felt like such a real departure. I mean, especially plugging in all the data. Let's see. Conventions like that are very much a thing of the past, but they will cling on to collect attendee and exhibitor dollars. I mean, you know, for me, if, you know, there'd been the money and everything else, I think it would have been a lot of fun to go and meet with people. It would have been great to meet some people that I know were there. But other than that, as far as it being news or anything like that, I just feel like maybe not. All right, nice departure there. Over to VNAV on this one. FMC and progress on this one. That's true. Okay, we're 384 miles away from Midway. Breiler Gaming misses E3 and Senor Tomas misses LAN Expos. I'll bet some of the E3s that you went to with the dinosaur games were really good. I bet some of those are really nice. Okay, 122.8, that looks really good. And a great views out the windows. Senor Tomas misses all the gaming news that they shoved into a weekend.
United 600.
10,000 feet landing lights. Taxi. Continuous restart. 10,000 foot cabin call. Cabin is climbing. Pauliette says, look at the Gamers Recap page. And these are pictures from something you were at, or this is the recent one? Those are all the games that, oh, these are all the games that they announced at the Summer Games Fest. Rise of the Tomb Raider 20-year celebration. Warhammer 40,000. There's 23 pages. Senor Tomas says that there's a really good Ace Combat. If Lobez went to Expo this year and didn't come home with a PMDG pen, I don't think our friends from PMDG were there, so there were no PMDG pens. Justice is going to Philadelphia. Yeah, I don't think there were PMDG pens. Yeah, they didn't go this year. See and think of all the money they could have made if they'd set up a coffee machine at their booth. Maybe they could have set up next to the GSX guy. This was the stand at E3 when you lost Jurassic World Evolution. You were contracted with Frontier. It was a industry day before the public. Spielberg came to take a look and wanted to buy a copy of the game. You own the franchise. You could have had. Okay, let's see. Oh, that's over on Discord. Holy moly, this is at a gamer convention. Look at that. Wow. Some nice dinos over there. Oh, look at the dented fence. Oh, there's a Jeep. This is an incredible game launch setup. Wow. Did it feel, yeah. I saw something from a long time, that is now a long time ago for me. Sadly, things are starting to, fade into the past for a lot of us. You had props from the movie. Isn't that awesome? That's really cool. 13,000 feet. Nice climb. Okay, let's make the map a little bigger. Now it's the 80-mile range. Senor Tomas says that looks like the Jeep that comes to the Midwest Gaming Classic. It was from Universal. Really? Whenever I went to the fair, they didn't give away anything there. They were just trying to sell you more funnel cakes. That doesn't sound very fair. I don't think that they are. I don't think that they are. I was watching one of those behind the scenes things, and I think they made Strange New Worlds in Toronto. And Battlestar was made in, I believe, Vancouver. Dead Game Time says you could have gotten a corn dog and an airbrushed shirt. Never got the airbrushed shirt, but I always enjoyed, you know, the summer corn dog. Loviz says they're also doing a lot of them movies in Eastern Europe now. I have them turned off, actually. I'm still learning stuff about the airplane, and I still kind of get caught, you know, oh, wow, what happened there? So I still kind of get caught a little bit, and because of that, I have it turned off at the moment. Polyot says that they have done they did a show reboot of a game. This was Tomb Raider Legacy of the Atlantis. Mad Noob is here. Hi, Mad Noob. Thanks for being on a 10-stream streak. Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis. This looks kind of cool. I've never played a Tomb Raider game. I saw a couple of the movies, but that's about it. It's going to be released February 11th of 2027. They're rebooting Tomb Raider for like the 100th time. Well, yeah. Senor Tomas, will that be a good game? 90-degree temperatures to crackheads.
Talk clearance granted, Agent.
Jimmy Boy just gifted 5 subs to the community. Jimmy Boy, thank you for being so nice and gifting 5 subs to the community. Hey, I can't say a big enough thank you. That really is helping me out. Thanks for awesome support. But I also say a big thank you because not everybody can afford a sub, and I think that's really nice of you. Thanks, Jimmy Boy. And if you just got one of those, be sure and say a big thanks. All right. Here we are at Rochester. The thing that has Polyot worried about the new Tomb Raider game is it's made by Amazon Game Studios. Yeah, I don't think that it's all that great, is it? From what I understand, a lot of folks are concerned now that they also have I thought I turned on my auto throttle. That they have the rights to start, you know, to control content of 007 now. Jimmy Boy, thank you so much for the extra support today. So I'm not sure whether they're going to do a good job with it or just, you know, try and cash in. I think the only thing that I really remember as far as shows that they did a good job is there was a series. It's a little depressing, especially in the light of current events, but they did a show, I think it was like 3 or 4 seasons of this, called The Man in the High Castle. Amazon did that, and that I thought was really pretty good. It's the only thing that I've watched on Amazon Prime. They got, so what they got is, I believe they get 50% of the profits, but the Broccoli family now no longer controls the content. I think Amazon gets to control the content. The Broccoli family still gets money, but they get to decide what the new show's going to be. Creative control, that's the word I was looking for. I know. On the other hand, like I said, I don't know what else they have done. But they did that show I just mentioned, Man in the High Castle. And it was really good when I saw it at the time. I recently rewatched it and needed to go into counseling. you know, because of current events, but, you know, let's turn this down. It will fry the voice. Tomorrow we're doing Vectors to Copenhagen, departing out of Oslo. Let's see. Poliot said they did a Lord of the Rings series. You did not rate it. You didn't see it, or you didn't. Senor Tomas is not an Amazon fan, but you like the Fallout TV show. I've heard a few people say nice things about that. Mad Noob, I thought it was a pretty good show. I mean, you know, there wasn't any moments in there that I went, oh man, really? It wasn't bad. And if you don't know about Man in the High Castle, it's what would it be like if the Axis won World War II and not the Allies? It's very, very nutshell version with a science fiction twist in it. Drama, you finished 007? Poliot said that Fallout was good, however, Bethesda and BIP had a lot of involvement in that, and that was the saving grace. Really? There were some things, so Mad Noob, High Castle, there were some confusing things. There were. I ended up, and I've only seen, I only ran through the series twice. First, about 3-4 years ago or whatever, and then the last time I did it was about 2 months ago. And I do remember figuring some things out about High Castle the second time around that I was a little bit confused by. So seeing it a second time helped. Okay, coming in over here. Midway. ILS runway 31. Okay, so 109.9. The U.S. was controlled in the West by Japanese, each by Nazis. And then, there was a no man's land in the middle. Hey, Black Ninja, welcome aboard. You're doing your first flight on VATSIM? Good luck. San Francisco to SeaTac. Let's see what's going on. Let's see how your flight's going, Black Ninja. Okay, so you've got a lot of ATC there. You're going into SeaTac. Let's see what you've got for arrivals. So you've got full ATC. This looks good. There's 12 arrivals. Black Ninja, this is perfect for you. This is going to be a good flight. I think good luck with that. But you don't have a madhouse going in, so that's really great news. Let us know how it goes. Yep, Loviz just filled in a couple of interesting blanks on High Castle. VNAV had a hard time catching up. And I had a weird thing happen with me. My auto throttle didn't engage. And I'm missing some chats. Some Lord of the Rings. Yep, they did something. I don't know anything about that. I never saw that one. Okay, let's see. Inbound course. 318. There we go. Minimums. 863. $863. Cool. We got that set. So minimums are set. We've got the ILS, we've got the inbound course, and we've got minimums. So everything's good to go there. Coming in on the Indy arrival, it's going to be 6,000 feet at Stinky. 6,000 at Stinky, and we've already gone and popped that in. There's no route discontinent, and there it is, 6,000 feet at Stinky. So I think we're good to go with the arrival. Hopefully we're all set here. Black Ninja, so you've been doing a lot of flights in Europe first. I think you'll be fine. You know, you understand the difference, you know, center, arrival, departure, tower, ground. I think you're going to be fine. It'll be a good flight for you. And again, the thing that I like about the fact that it's your first flight in the US, you've got full ATC on that route, but it's not crowded. It's not a madhouse. People aren't going crazy. So that's good. We could have done seatbelts to auto. Looks like we're going to be starting our descent pretty quickly. Dad Game Time says it's a madhouse. Okay, CTAF for Midway is 135.2. 135.2. Apparently the series was going to be canceled because it didn't perform well. But because Bezos is a Lord of the Rings fan, that's what saved it? Yeah, okay. Shouldn't come down to whether the billionaire is a Lord of the Rings fan. It should come down to, is it a good show? Did they do a good job? But maybe I'm just being unreasonable. I mean, I do live stream on Twitch and YouTube, so maybe I'm just being crazy and unreasonable. It's been known to happen. We're all really insane people, right? Oh, if he really was a fan, he would have canceled it. Ouch. I didn't see, so I don't know. Fort Worth Center, Memphis Center's up. That's the only ATC. Nice chill out flight. We'll get plenty of ATC on vectors to Copenhagen tomorrow. And there's flight level 330, and we're in about ready to go to cruise mode. 23 miles to top of descent. And we decided that that needs to be 6,000 feet. Let's let it stabilize here for just a bit, then dial in 6,000 feet. And let the airplane handle our descent. Okay, good. Let's dial that in. And the airplane is in VNAV mode, so it should take care of it. Now, one cool thing that we can do over here is go back to performance, and actually before you push back from the gate, you're supposed to go and do your dispatch landing, and that means you run all the numbers to make sure that you can actually land the airplane. But we'll just do landing en route. That's an extra step. Billionaires should stick to okay, I should pre-read before just starting out to read, right? Okay, I'm going to concentrate on this. Weather, it looks pretty good there. Condition, I believe it's dry. Let's look at the real weather here and see. So Midway, winds are 320 at 13, gusting to 22, broken clouds. Doesn't look like it's bad, so it's dry there. So dry. Flaps, we're going to do flaps 30. Air conditioning, I leave that on because I care about the comfort of my passengers. Anti-ice is off. Brakes are going to be 3. Reversers are operational. There are no problems with the airplane. The weather is loaded and calculate. Okay, VREF plus 30 plus 5 is 153 knots to land. Sounds good. All right, so that looks really great. Let's come in here and do 29.90. 2990. And verify it. 2990. Good. I think I really like it, Tim Dog. I also loaded the airplane manually this time. I didn't have the EFB loaded. I did it myself, and it was pretty good. Pauliot, I like I like that comment too. I'm just glad I stopped reading before I got to the P word. Generally, I try not to dick around with words like that, but you know, there you go. You knew that was coming, right? Okay, all of this looks good. VREF is 153. Flaps 30. There we go. Looks good. Done with that page. Back to Navigraph. Let's see. We can figure out a gate here with Flight Radar 24. KMDW Midway. Arrival board. Let's see. We got Southwest from Montego Bay, Panama City, Baston, Phoenix, Charlotte. How about this Charlotte arrival? It's a max. Gate Bravo 23 is what this one's going to. Bravo 23. So there's a Southwest gate for us. Let's figure out where that is. There are no dumb questions. You saw on the reserve fuel in the profile, EASA. What does that mean? I usually just do 20 minutes. So there's this whole fuel budget that you're supposed to do. Bravo 23. There it is right at the end. Okay, that's convenient. So if you've seen the flight plan, the OPF, free lethal, what I usually do, it's this area right here, planned fuel, the budget. So when I do fuel reserves, you're talking about the reserve that you put into the flight management computer, right? What you do is there's two numbers here. This is alternate fuel to Indianapolis and final reserve, which is 30 minutes of fuel. 3.4 and 2.1, basically 3,400 pounds, 2,100. If you go down a little bit further, down to FMC info, see where it says FinRes Alton, that stands for final reserve and alternate, and this does the math for you. Alternate fuel plus final reserve fuel is 5,579, or 5.5, rounded up, it's going to be 5.6. That's where I go to get that number that you put into the flight management computer and pop in here. And that's how you do that. That's how I do those. And you know, nobody's yelled at me about it yet, and we haven't fallen out of the sky, at least not for that reason. DJ Willis, thank you for coming in today. I'm glad you got to make it, and you know, you're having a good weekend. Eclipse, you're going to be home in 20 minutes. Drive safe or travel safe. Remember, there's crazy people out on the roads. Don't worry if you can't make it, Eclipse. Look, do not speed. If you can make it, that's great. We'll love talking to you, but seriously, it's not worth having a problem, you know, racing to get home. So anyhow, free lethal, I hope that, and that's not a dumb question, the fuel budget's a big deal in flight sim. Oh, you're not driving. Oh, okay. $24,000 feet. Let's do seatbelts. Loviz, the fuel calculations on the MAX seem resolved. Remember, we used to use SB numbers and load the plane and it would say using reserve fuel. They do, and it's much better. At what point am I going to do the donation? I haven't decided yet. It's getting a little bit longer and stuff, and it's starting to kind of get in the way. But from what I understand, the longer you let it get, the more valuable it is to the organization, which is called Locks of Love. So, I don't know. I mean, you know, if I were to get a job tomorrow, which I'm not going to get, or, you know, some other thing, I might have to do that. You probably noticed I'm moving my arms up and down a lot. I've started to have some sore shoulders, so I'm moving these a little bit. You know, I don't mind it. It's a very different look for me. I used to get my hair cut every 3 weeks, and I did it for 35 years when I worked on television. Yeah, Polyot, that's one of the things that's on my list if I ever became one of those super successful streamers, would be to get a standing desk. You know, one of those that I could raise up and down. Yeah. Yeah, I'll wait till I'm tripping over it. Matt says there's crazy people on VATSIM tonight too. Yeah, we had like 2 airplanes coming in to Minneapolis, one after the other, and they weren't announcing their intentions on either CTAF or, you know, advisory. So Senor Tomas, it's a little revenge for you or something? I also, you know, the standing desk, and as soon as I get done, you know, with the live stream, I actually kind of go over. I've got a little workout mat. I've got some dumbbells and some things that I move around on as soon as the live stream is over, and usually about an hour before the live stream. I do a little bit of move around too, just because, you know, we've been sitting here for 6 hours. I don't think that humans were meant to sit that long. Well, I would certainly agree with that. You know, family and friends are not with us forever. Ooh, Silver Rain. $159 miles from Midway. We should see some of the really nice new scenery and stuff that just came out this weekend. So we're coming into the Chicagoland area. We should start seeing that scenery enhancement. Socialism is back. Welcome back, Socialism. You got a Slurpee and a second one in the freezer. No kidding. Good to see you. Thanks for coming back by. Hi, are we going to get Chicago pizza and a cold beverage? Boy, a Chicago pizza would be great about now, too. But it's a little warm here today at Spy HQ. It's not too hot, not too cold, but I've got 2 very nice small avocados sitting out on the counter, and I'm going to mash those up, turn those into Spy guacamole. And I've got some applesauce, and so I'm going to be having something light and healthy to eat tonight. Oh, Senor Tomas, what did you get at Portillo's? Did you get the Italian beef sandwich? It was 90s and then hundreds where socialism is today. Really hot. I'm not kidding. The Italian beef sandwich at Portillo's is absolutely amazing. Dusty got half a pizza. What kind of pizza did you get today? Senor Tomas has got Polish sausage. Let's see. The Boot has spent weeks negotiating a new price for ingredients for a few companies. Ready for El Nino and the expected... Oh, God. That's getting scary. But, yeah. Have we decided on a new nickname, or is the Boot still in use? It was 100 degrees in San Francisco? No, really? Holy cats. I mean, you've still got the Japanese current coming down the Pacific coast. That's supposed to keep it a little bit cooler. 100 degrees in San Francisco. Eek. Securing ingredient guarantees and locking in pricing. Yeah, ready for them to shoot through the roof. Pepperoni and sausage for Dusty tonight. The Boot is still very much kosher at the moment. The entire Bay Area from San Francisco to San Jose is 100 degrees. I'm blown away by that. That's man, blanket heat dome. You just don't think about it getting that warm along the Pacific coast. Again, the Japanese current goes up by Japan, up into Alaska and the Arctic, and gets cooled off and comes back down. Canutus says it's 70 in Norway right now. Really? Our descent is pretty good. Speed's pretty good. 65 in MKE today. It's Senor Tomas's favorite weather. Oh, it's nighttime. Nudis says it's nighttime now. Socialism, you are below the average this week. A really slow start to summer in California. 90 in the Seattle area. Makes Wolfie feel like you're in the Midwest again. 90 in Seattle. You walked into his office. He was having a very tense conversation with another CFO about the price of fava beans and coconut. With the fava beans, what's going to be the price of a nice Chianti? His world is boring. You know, I'm sure that it's boring, but I mean, that's also really important stuff to do. Senor Tomas says crossing stinky and it doesn't sound that bad, smell bad. Okay, I'm just trying to be generous. I'm just trying to be generous. Altimeters. Set. It's almost 2 a.m. where Nudis is in Norway, right? Anything with fava beans and coconut would be tasty. I'm sorry, but Anthony Hopkins has ruined fava beans for all of us. Unless I'm getting the wrong kinds of beans. Oh, they go into one of their company's protein powders. It's the Axe Murder protein drink. He's got 15 companies to deal with right now. Wow. I'm sure it's boring, but keeping track of the finances of 15 companies, I can barely keep my own little world going. I'm not kidding. I know, socialism, we always think about good old Hannibal Lecter, right? I'm not kidding. 15 companies. I'm trying to do my own little small business right now and do the actual thing. Brain beans. You overestimate what a CFO does. Each of those companies have finance directors. They just tell him good news and he takes credit for it. Okay, well, that sounds like pretty good work if you could get it. Are there any openings on LinkedIn? He has finance directors. They tell him good news and he takes credit for it. And if it's bad news, he fires them. They get sent down to the dungeons to hang by their thumbs. As Mr. Filch says, I miss the old punishments. Socialism says anything with a C in front of it, you're not doing any work, you're just taking credit for everybody else's work. Well, that was certainly the case in my former line of work. Senor Tomas says students are out of bed, they're in the corridors. I know, there's trolls in the dungeon. Trolls in the dungeon for sure. Man, I haven't seen any of those movies in so long. Nice views here south of Chicagoland area. Got a little river over here. Got a big highway. A little bit of a turn. Hi, Matt. Welcome aboard. He worked hard to get where he is. Okay, so we're not going to bully him. He's an example of someone who left school, no qualifications, now a CFO and part owner of a global investment company. Your grades do not define you. Well, that would have been nice. No ATC. Can we go to Meigs Field? Oh my gosh, and this one, Loeb, is? We ought to do that. We ought to do another Meigs Field flight. Senor Tomas was in the Chicagoland area. I'll put a Meigs flight in the schedule for middle flight next week. You got the F-28 in? I'll put that in for one of our trips next week. I don't know what I'll fly on that, but someplace to Meigs Field. We haven't done that in a while. If you're new to Flight Sim, you ought to go over to YouTube. You should go to YouTube and look at a 727 landing at Meigs Field. It's the 727 that's currently in the Museum of Science and Industry in the Chicagoland area. And they actually flew a United 727 into Meigs Field so that they could then, float it with a barge down, the shoreline to the Chicago Museum there. And there's a really good video of that airplane. Fact is, there's one of all the news coverage of that a while back. It was pretty cool. Not so bad. If you weren't natural born, I imagine if you weren't natural born for sure. I bet they would have done that. They're becoming ruthless about some things. Meigs is the original airport in the very first Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah. Hi, Nightwolf. Welcome aboard. We're over your hometown right now. We will not be throwing any beer cans out the window. And not so bad. Right on the descent. All right, let's do a little ATC and see how we're doing coming in. Midway. And no. Okay, Midway arrivals. Southwest 992, 1959, 445. So 005, 010, 012. Okay, our arrival is actually pretty good here. So we're spaced out relatively good. Actually, the 2133 is a little bit faster. So I'm number 4 for the runway. Let's see. Dwight, Illinois is where Nightwolf is from. I'm just looking as it's updating the arrival times here. We're actually really nicely spread out. So if we just keep with the published speeds, we should be just spot on, all of us. Socialism says beer and Slurpees are not a good combination. Hey, it's little, you know, safety tips like that, like don't cross the streams, don't do beer and Slurpees. That's wisdom that, you know, lives forever, right? Auto brakes 3, we decided. Speed brakes are armed. Polyot has had a vodka Slurpee once. That's right, Manaphy. I am flying a Boeing using an Airbus side stick. Seriously, that is definitely crossing the streams. Loviz would do a whiskey and Coke Slurpee and vodka in cherry. Really? Okay. Slurpees are for kids. Adding vodka makes them for adults. It does. I don't know if I would put vodka in there, but vodka cherry is goat. Vodka cherry. Somehow I don't think that's something that 007 would order. I'll have a vodka cherry, not shaken, not stirred. Midway traffic, hi there from Southwest 445. Overhead stinky, wanted to say that on the radio. Setting up for the ILS runway. 3-1 left, looks like we are number 4 for the runway, and we are going to CTAF. Happy landings, Chicago Midway. 135.2, 135.2. Chicago Midway traffic, hi there. Southwest 445 is overhead stinky. Number 4 for the runway. 3-1 right. Midway. There's also a stinky in the Orlando area too. Really? All right, looking good here. 250 knots is the only speed, and we'll keep 6,000 feet till Gaga, and that should be pretty good. This should be a very jazzy landing. And heading bugs over there. Landing lights. Cabin call. Continuous restart. Map another click. And ahead and down. That one's going to O'Hare. That one's going into Midway. There's JSG Droid. We're right behind. We're now behind JSG Droid. 1959.
Midway traffic, Southwest 99.7 clear, runway 31 right, Midway. Welcome in.
Okay, that looks good. I think we'll make it. We haven't run out of fuel yet. Now we got 8,800 pounds fuel. We're great in fuel. I think it was what, 5 point something is final reserve and alternate, so we're good there. Loviz will tell us about a plane ride to Palm Springs from Virginia, and you got to change planes at Chicago. Okay, you took off from Virginia, you went to Palm Springs, and they made you go to O'Hare?
Midway traffic, Southwest 2133 on a 10-mile final to 31 right.
Let's go to 210 now. Last drink at ORD at 11 a.m. in the morning, and it was a doozy.
Midway traffic, Southwest 1959. We are 15 miles from the airport. They're now turning direct hills for 30 right approach.
Russ, Sweden versus Tunisia tonight. How's it looking, Russ? Sweden? Flaps 1. Five. Heading select. Coming in on the south side of Chicago here. Next altitude is 5,000 feet. fix. RW31 right. Opposite direction runway for 31 right is too small to see. 138. 5 mile range ring. 10 mile range ring. Probably already within 25. So much easier to set up in a Boeing, right? That looks pretty good. Polyot is going to attack another player, declare war on them, make peace,
Midway
deal.
traffic, Southwest 1959.
My play, Civ 6. Oh, that's what I thought. I thought there was a new political story. Midway is famous for planes sliding off the runway in the middle of a snowstorm. No snow here, so sliding off the runway should not be affecting the spy flight today. Tim Dog is at Mickey's Dining Car. How do you like it, Tim Dog? Have you decided what you're going to pick up at Mickey's? Don't let anybody slide you a Mickey. Kind of wondering there, is it a really nice restaurant, or would you refer to it as one of those Mickey Mouse operations? I should be getting drum rolls for these. It's so good. Tim Dog is having pancakes today. Eclipse made it home.
Southwest 21-3 has vacated the runway. 315.
And we're turning out. Send and maintain 5,000 feet. I usually like to do these at about 700 feet per minute.
Midway traffic, Southwest 1959, 5 mile final, 310.
Ground is up at Midway. Midway ground is 118.075. Thanks, Eclipse. One 118.075. Let's start our turn in. Okay, Wolfie is thinking. Well, I certainly wouldn't want anybody to ever get in trouble on our account. I'm the only one that can cause trouble. Ooh, this is actually really good looking scenery. Looks like we're gonna do a flight to Meigs Field and try and get one of our airplanes into Meigs here. 180. Flaps 10. Midway traffic, hi there from Southwest 445. Almost direct to Hills and almost in on the ILS runway 31 right. We appear to be number 2 for the runway. Midway. Almost said Meigs. Almost said Meigs. And that's going to be a discontinuity. We know.
Midway traffic, Southwest NC59. We are clear to 3 going right at Hotel 3, taxi to CN November 2 the gate.
There was Polyot at one point had to give up on logic. Get LNAV helping us out. A little later in the day, getting kind of tired. Always good to have LNAV help us out a little bit here. On a nice intercept course for the runway. We are 18-mile finals. I'm going to arm approach mode. Approach mode is armed. How about some wheels? Gear. They're going to standardize and not let things be region specific. I can understand a little bit of wanting to have standardized stuff, but I also think that you do probably need some regional things in there. So I hope it isn't just done with a heavy hand to, you know, take names and kick ass. Matt likes the new US update. Just enjoying the view outside the airplane right now. That looks really, really good. I'll bet it's pretty spectacular at night too, right? We're all good to go here. Midway traffic. Southwest 441 is turning finals at Hills for 3-1 right. Landing. Chicago Midway. I just announced landing, so taxi light on. Are you thinking about it? I don't know. Would you end up bringing a little bit too much common sense and stuff in there? Nope. It did not engage. It's not engaging the approach. Autopilot off. Captain's got to take control of the airplane. We're all gonna die. Init ref. 153. I have the airport. Tim Dog says the pancakes are really good at Mickey's. Tim Dog's at a really cool diner in Minneapolis having pancakes. You're too infuriated by it? Yeah, I could sure understand that part of it. Hotel 3. And we have ground, so we have to be sure and chat with ground. That looks really good. That's a really nice highway interchange there too. The swooshing sound, if you don't know, that's the trim wheel. It just helps me manage our descent a little bit more. Midway traffic, Southwest 445 is now 5 mile finals. Landing 3-1 right, Midway. I don't know that I've got the concentration skills to be able to be a controller. And if I start getting really, really tired, then I'm gonna start, I'll you know, Captain Sarcastic comes out. And so I just be really bad. So I'm really content to be a little sim pilot. Tim Dog got to talk with the VATSIM president, Don. Was Tony Orlando there too? Beethoven, yeah, I really like this airplane now. I'm having a blast with it. It's a really good airplane. Over a big train yard off to the left there. It is a little bit gusty and windy here today at Midway. Landing. Midway traffic. Southwest 445 is clear from runway 31 right over to ground. Happy landings, Midway. Midway ground, hi there. Southwest 445 just exited runway 31 right at Hotel 3. Parking tonight is Bravo 23.
Southwest 445 Midway ground, taxi for parking via November Hotel Yankee, cross the 4s at Hotel.
Taxi, November, Hotel, and Yankee cleared across the 4s at Hotel for Southwest 445. Jimmy Boy won the landing prediction. Not quite butter. It was what? I didn't see it.
Southwest 445, thanks for helping our lawnmowers out.
Yeah, there was this alligator and I had to swerve.
No worries. Just a question, why 445 today? And I was trying to check how long I had to get home before you landed. I was looking for 441 and I couldn't find it.
Yeah, somebody had 445 earlier today, so 441 actually. Tough to keep them straight.
And so that's 445. You continue straight there on November. You can take turn right November 1, and then go around. You can go around that bend there at November 2, and then back left in November.
Southwest 445, we were able to make the final turn after clearing the grass out of the wheels here, and so we got ourselves back over here on good old hotel.
Roger that.
Okay, I'm a bit of a train wreck right now. All right, let's see. Strobes off.
Southwest 2575.
APU is up and running. Okay, we got flaps up, speed brakes down, auto brakes off. Cleared across the 4s. And we are going to Bravo 23, which is right there. Yeah, those pesky alligators, man, they're always a big problem, aren't they? All the time. Okay, autopilot disengage bar back up. Flight directors are off. They probably don't do those until they get back to the gate. And then it's Yankee into the gate. Cool, that's next available left here.
That was 445. Just curious, what scenery do you have? Because it's looking very nice in your screen.
445. Let me check. I can tell you the exact name in just a sec.
Okay.
Looks like somebody is at our gate, so we'll just go down a few. Nightwolf, it is. Midway ground. I think this is the Dr. Z scenery.
All right, I'll check it out. Personally, I haven't flown into Midway once as a pilot, so I'll check it out. Thanks.
Looks like we can come in here. That's right, it's Dr. Zayas. Loviz says these are all Southwest gates here. So it's all Southwest land. I think there's a couple of Delta flights that come in here, but mostly all of this is Southwest, right? Fully owned and operated by Southwest Airlines. Come on, airplane. It's not owned, but Eclipse says Southwest is going to be 95% of the traffic here. Delta has some flights in here, but not many. I didn't get a chance to go and set this up, so we'll have to do the cheating view. Afraid that's going to happen on the spy flight. There's going to be a lot of songs that get stuck in your head. We've got some really good ones, and if you're wondering where the music comes from, it's from Epidemic Sound, and they do a really good job. Okay, APU flipped over there. Engines number 1 and engines number 2. Let's come on down here. Standby and off. We've got the APU up and running, so we need to leave one fuel pump on. We'll do that. Let's get the APU bleed on so we can keep the AC going in here. We don't need the electric hydraulic pumps anymore, so we can turn those off. And this is also when I'll go ahead and shut down the nav. We'll turn off the windshield heaters because it's the last flight of the day. Seat belts can go off. Seat belts are off. Beacon is off. Oh, we're blinding the ground crew. Let's get the taxi lights off too. Over here, we're going to come in and we're going to do ground services, chocks, and get a jetway and a ground power cart. Let's see. That all looks good. And we can come over here to the airplane. Disarm the doors. Open up the left front. Open up the cargos. And we made it. And look at all those cool Southwests. Allegiant flies to Provo. Oh, Provo. Southwest is becoming a thorn in your side. They may become the U.S. branch of the airline, which must not be. Oh, goodness. Really? Oh my gosh, you're kidding. The Chicago skyline looks a little bit better off the left wingtip. There's the Chicago skyline over there. How about that? We're going to be able to check it out. So over for flights here, let's see. Tomorrow I've got, so Oslo to Copenhagen. But then on Thursday, we've got a flight into Meigs Field. Unless we decide to move the Meigs flight up to tomorrow, which I don't have anything else on the schedule, so we could go and do that. But Oslo to Copenhagen is our first flight for tomorrow. And that one might be a nice flight so that we could go and check out the Chicago skyline there, which, yeah, it does look good. And it would be fun to go and see everything that there is here. And that should be very, very nice. In the meantime, it's time for me to do the thank yous that I always do about this time. I'm so grateful. Thank you for being here. Thanks for making flight simming so much fun. It really is a good time. I floated a little bit, minus 226, 1.2 Gs. So I hit the second bars. That's not that great, but it's not that terrible either. So we'll do that. Let's see. Loviz saw they're updating the tri-motor. I think I heard about the tri-motor. I think I heard about that from the keynote. So that would be a thing. Beethoven, thanks for coming on in. Tim Dog, Southwest isn't what it used to be. Yeah, I've heard a few people are kind of not too terribly thrilled. So, sure appreciate getting to come in here. There was a nice couple of gift subs today. Thank you for some extra gift subs today and some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. There were also some nice resubs today. Super grateful for you keeping those going. I know the economy is really scary in some cases, but thank you for helping me to keep stuff going there. And some nice cheers as well. So definitely grateful for that. I think, let's see what's going on today. Flight Aviation Simulation is doing the iFly update with this airplane, and it looks like Boozy Sheep is just about ready to get going. It says hot vipers in your area. I think Boozy Sheep is going to be doing some DCS World. I kind of wish that Stormy was a little bit stronger and could handle DCS because it's really pretty impressive. Thank you for coming in today. I really appreciate getting to spend some time with you. It's so much fun on the weekend. And yeah, there were some snoozy things that were going on, but there's also some really exciting things I think that's happening in the world of flight sim. I really can't wait to try out some of the WinWing stuff, the EFB and some of the airplanes. So can't wait to see that. I hope you're having a really nice Sunday. Time for me to go make some guacamole, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow. See you in Oslo. Departure time is the normal time, 1800 Zulu. In the meantime, as always, please stay healthy, stay safe, and we'll see you in the friendly sim skies at 1800 Zulu. I'm just waiting for the little counter that says that I can go ahead and do the raid. All right, Boozy Sheep is starting. Let's get going. We'll see you. Have a groovy night. Cheers.